Hello, everyone, and welcome to VCS English. We're getting ready to get on with, what would we call this, your way? The super penultimate game of playoffs. Team Wales against Saigon Buffalo, and the winners will be facing off against Team Secret for that second and final ticket to Worlds.
So I think officially it's called either just round 3 or you can call it lower bracket semi-final because tomorrow's lower brackets final and then you have the grand final later. But whatever it is, it's a really important best of 5 because actually it's more of an play against elimination best of 5 than actually gaining anything because you just stay alive for one more day if you win today. You don't actually gain all that much. Yeah, I get to go back tomorrow and play against the better team. That's what you have to do. It's the gauntlet for Worlds. Win 2 series and go to Worlds. Lose 1 and you're out. It's pretty rough.
I see why the teams don't hire you as a hype man. All right, guys, so we've got a series here. It's not important. If we win, we just face an even harder team tomorrow. Just, forget about it. But Team Wales and Saigon Buffalo, they've had an interesting road up to this point. Saigon Buffalo, a little bit shaky. They started to find their form in playoffs. Team Wales, really, really good. Really, really bad. Playoffs a bit iffy. And then when they faced off against Cerberus, they kind of found their mojo again, picking up a clean 3-0.
Yeah, very strange way to this stage for Wales. They were supposed to be the chosen ones, the ones to finally dethrone GAM. We tried so many times with Saigon Buffalo, and they just couldn't deliver. They only got a single best of 5 victory. That wasn't good enough last summer, of course, in the upper bracket final. So now Wales assembles the super team, Artemis, B, all those insane players, and they start off in an 8-0 in the league, and then everything crumbles, everything goes down. And they were at the brink of elimination last week, but then somehow resurrected and 3-0'd Cerberus. So it's a bit of a mystery how good this team is, because Cerberus honestly looked bad. They looked like the 5th to 6th place team they are. So don't really know how good Cerberus is going to be. And on the other side, Saigon Buffalo, kind of the same story, especially for players, because the only team they've lost to so far is GAM. The only team they've beaten is Flash. So we haven't seen them against all the other teams. We have no idea how good this team is. They look decent against GAM. They won a game. They look kind of shaky against Flash, which is supposed to be the worst team. So who knows? Both teams a bit of a mystery.
Yeah, the VCS is in kind of a topsy-turvy state. Even you look to Team Wales, they 3-0'd Cerberus, but Cerberus had a really close series against Team Secret. They ended up being reversed swept by Team Secret, who went on to beat Wales. So there's this whole kind of circle of who beats who. Team Wales are against Saigon Buffalo. They are 2-0 against them in the regular season. One of the few teams that Team Wales were able to 2-0 in the summer split. And again, you talked about how this is a super team, but the games that I've seen with Team Wales, it either looks like they get it right or they don't get it right.
Wow.
They get it wrong. Yeah.
Great analysis there. Thank you.
You know what I
mean?
There's no really tight games. We don't see those games where it's, really close, slightly back and forth. It just seems that either they get the early game really right, goes well, or Team Secret just outdoes them in the early game and beats them.
Yeah, this team is just a bit of a mess, honestly. Like there are a lot of things going pretty weirdly, especially if you consider the players. They're not a super volatile team if you look at the players. Like Artemis B should be a super stable bot lane. Sparta, formerly known as Nakia, of course, should be a decent top lane, especially if you want to play through bot side. Should be able to stabilize, right? So it's a bit of a mystery why this team is so streaky and so inconsistent. So if we eliminate those two sides of the map, obviously there's a magnifying glass on the mid, on mid and jungle, right? So maybe, BeanJ and Glory have always been a little bit streaky as players. BeanJ obviously profiting from his time in Saigon Buffalo, from a lot of setup, from a lot of help from Froggy, a lot of focus on the jungle position, and Glory kind of the exact opposite. So maybe that's where the issue lies with this team. Both of these players know how to play through themselves or through their role, mid and jungle, but they don't really know how to assist one another, right? BJ was most successful when Froggy helped him invade and they played through jungle with set plays, and Laurie was most successful in his teams when everything went through him, when he was the main carry. So maybe that's the divide in this team, and maybe where the team building went wrong, because it doesn't seem like they've really understood how to overcome this essential flaw of the team.
And to kind of give a bit of backdrop, maybe for some of our newer viewers who don't know about Glory, Glory has been around for a while, and at least for me, I've always seen him as being one of the most consistently high-performing mid laners in the VCS, and probably over the last couple of years, the best mid laner in the VCS, with the exception of Artifact. And one thing that I was kind of noticing...
a lot of shade for Carti.
I'll throw the shade. So I've always said, and I stand by this, Carti is a massive performer come playoffs, but it always seems in regular split, my man's chilling. So I've got to include regular split as well. And Glory, he brings up Glory. Against Team Secret, though, it did feel exactly as you said. You know, Glory had to be that center for Team Wales. And whenever he wasn't getting ahead, whenever he wasn't getting the resources, that's when Team Wales crumbled. When he was getting the resources, that's when we started to see the magic happening, and that's when Team Wales looked good.
Yeah, it's just Glory needs. He has always been this player, right? He's not very flexible, and I know a lot of people, especially in the VCS English crew, like this player or have liked this player from the get-go, and it makes a lot of sense if you think about the VCS as a whole, and from our perspective of casting and following the VCS for quite a while now. Mid lane has always been the weakest position in terms of mechanical prowess, especially compared to other leagues, where mid lane usually is the strongest position, right? So we have had amazing junglers. When I started here, jungle was by far the best position. Then we kind of transitioned into absolutely top tier ADCs, especially if you look at the last 2 years with Shogun coming into insane form, Artemis getting better and better, Slater is back there again. We had really good splits from celebrities. Dial. So ADC is kind of the best position in recent years, and then top lane has always been very top heavy, really good top level top laners. Kiaya, Hasmid back in the day, now it's not so much, but Hasmid, Yoshino, Zeros when he still was playing, and so on. And then mid lane was always kind of Froggy is the second best mid laner, while not actually having any hands, but he's just really good at making plays. Party kind of just does his thing in the VCS, but we see how outmatched he is internationally, even against R7. So Glory came in as this mechanical prodigy mid laner, and that's what we were all hoping for, right? Because we haven't seen this kind of mid laner in such a long time. So it makes sense that we all like to see Glory, as we will head into picks and bans finally. Position over there. Wales is on blue side, Saigon Buffalo on red side for game number 1. Wales the higher seed, so they chose that side for themselves. But yeah, to finish the point, it's just, Glory, I feel like for me, he has kind of not shown enough growth in his playstyle. He's still, I feel like he's the VCS humanoid. He's very confined to his style. He's very good mechanically, very good in lane, but he should also branch out a little bit more and acquire a little bit more of the playmaking and different meta stuff.
I remember when I was having that kind of discussion about mid laners and their European counterparts. I'll come back to that a little bit later because we are into picks and bans. We should talk about some of these champions again. We're seeing this Vietnamese Rel first pick. It's something that the region has really liked over the course of playoffs. And straight away, Saigon Buffalo opting towards that Xayah BJ, picking up the Vi and Glory on the Ahri, which is pretty much a quintessential Glory champion.
This is a little bit of what we saw last week with Vi Ahri. We thought it was a bit outdated on this patch on 13.15. This is more of last year's meta. Of course, we add the Rel, but a bit of a risky composition, very aggressive and needs to get going early because Vi and Ahri, especially the Ahri, falls off as main carry. And it's a bit more playmaking for Glory. So yeah, maybe exactly what we wanted to see. BJ and Glory have to work together a bit better than we know them to do for the most part. So this is already challenging our beliefs about Team Wales here in game number 1.
And it's also showing as well that this Rel is not going to be flexing between the support and jungle roles. It will be going into the hands of BS Team Wales, start to pinch away that support pool, taking the Alistair away from Slay. Meanwhile, Saigon Buffalo taking away some of those ADCs. We've seen so much Zeri over the course of playoffs. A fair bit of Aphelios Kai'Sa, not really as high priority here in Vietnam as it is in some of the other major regions.
Yeah, I mean, Kai'Sa on 13-15 definitely lost a lot of her power. We've definitely seen in some of the other regions that went to 13-15 a drop in priority, so it's not quite the same as LPL players and LCK players, where it was almost first pick worthy, because they played on 1 or 2 patches earlier. It's a little bit different here. We'll see a lot of Xayah, especially for Shogun, has always been a really good Xayah player, probably the best ADC on the patch. And the Maokai is a bit of a surprise for me, for Guri. It's not really one of the champions he likes to play. Not a single game in playoffs so far on the Maokai. So a bit of a change of style, but a very solid team composition. Super strong mid-game, second dragon focus with 2 strong carries and a good top side. With a lot of CC setup, a lot of zoning. So I feel like Saigon Buffalo is starting off really strong here. Good meta read, strong mid-game team composition. And Wales already needs to adapt to this one now.
But the Kai'Sa is now locked in. Seeing a Renekton picked up by Coated, that is absolutely unsurprising in the slightest. And now for Team Wales, they just need to decide what they want to pick in the top lane. It is going to be the Cassante. We've quite often seen the Rumble popping through the drafts, but not here in Game 1.
There's so much dive on Wales' team into Xayah, Renekton, Maokai. This is quite surprising to me that they double down on the backline dive with Kai'Sa instead of trying to go for something maybe a little bit more long-ranged into the Xayah. Can be Xayah's weakness if you pick something like the Jinx to outrange her.
Oh, yes.
Ooh, that is quite surprising to me because it kind of doesn't really fit the style of Saigon Buffalo's draft. It's mostly for lane, I believe, because the Blitzcrank will be able to outpace the Rel in lane at least. But stylistically, for the team composition, a bit of a curious choice. Maybe Slay just wanted to play for lane and enable Shogun to carry the later fights. But yeah, both teams coming in with a very aggressive choice. No late game scaling allowed in this early, in this game number 1. We should be in for a lot of action here, Milky.
You say that, now we're going to get a very nice slow start to the game. We saw it a little bit in Game 1 between Team Wales and Team Secret. It was very measured. And then I think it was Game 3 was the one that we don't talk about. And Games 2, 4, and 5 were a little bit more one-sided. So I do want to touch a little bit on the Maokai. This is actually Guri's most played champion. You mentioned it's not being picked up by him a lot during playoffs, but during the regular season, absolutely loved the Maokai alongside the Nocturne, which was banned away in the first phase.
Yeah, it's a bit surprising to see them go back to the Maokai when it was not played at all in the last 2 weeks of playoffs, where they were playing for their lives almost every day, right? So not a single Maokai game then, and now they finally come back to it. Yeah, it fits Guri's style for the most part. It's an AP jungler, especially if he goes for the AP route. We know him to be an amazing Talia player. So, yeah, maybe he can control the field of battle a little bit better. I like the Maokai Jace combination as we head onto the Rift for game number 1. But, yeah, certainly a bit surprising to see these many new champions or old champions coming back on this patch. I would have expected him to just stick to his play of preferences, right?
And I do like how they're all going into lane together. At least the members of Team Wales are looking for a potential play over on the top side of the map. Oh, sorry, it was actually on the bottom side of the map.
Also, Guri's champion pool to finish this point in the regular season is absolute mess. He played 4 games of Sion. Like, huh? What?
Wait, Sion jungle?
Yes. Second most played champion in the regular split for Guri is Sion.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. I'm gonna have to look at some stats later on because that's throwing me off a little bit. But I'm very interested to see how this bottom lane in particular is going to go. We've talked about, or you mentioned how, Shogun and Artemis, 2 of these really big ADCs in the region, and I'd probably, go to say as the 2 best ADCs over the last couple of years, going head to head. with B and Slay. And Slay coming in for Saigon Buffalo this season has had a relatively decent split, considering that he was filling in the shoes of Taki.
Yeah, let's see if I have to apologize at the end of today for my statements
no.
from last week. Or if I'm going to be able to collect a little bit more evidence for my claim. But yeah, of course, it's a bit sad to see Shogun and Taki separated. They were my favorite duo in the league, and they achieved insane heights highs already. And yeah, both of these are insane individual players. But I think Shogun should be mostly alright. We've seen him carry some games. He's definitely not as lane dominant now with Slay as he had been with Taki, which makes sense because Taki's an insane laning support. Really nice movement there from Shogun, though. Look at that, showing some mechanics early on in the game.
Did Slay start with the Power Fist over the Rocket Grab?
Yeah, I think that actually makes a lot of sense because you need to stop the rel engage. So the E is a little bit of a defensive choice. I'm still a bit curious about this pick from Slay. I hope it doesn't show us that his champion pool is not up to the modern meta. Of course, he's a much older player. So I hope he's still able to play stuff like the rel to a good level. But the Blitzcrank, I really think it has to win lane to be effective, because into the likes of Ari, into the likes of Kassanti, there's so much that can just completely ignore the Blitzcrank later on. So let's see what he does here. It's still a very curious choice, in my opinion.
Well, I also wonder as well, you talk about how the side of Team Wales really want to be diving into the composition of Saigon Buffalo. Maybe that Blitzcrank just works quite well. You know, if you do try to dive into the backline, there's an instant static field with the silence just to prevent you from really doing anything into a knock-up hook. Maybe you can really punish those dives from Team Wales.
Yeah, it's just stylistically looking at the team composition. It's such a good setup to go for something like a Braum or even defensive, even an Enchanter of support, because what does your team want to do? You want to poke from afar, you want to zone with Maokai, and then kind of play bodyguard with Coated on the Renekton around objectives, right? So everything is geared towards peeling back, towards anticipating the enemy engage and counteracting Beanjay and Sparta diving onto you. So Blitzcrank kind of is the exact opposite of that playstyle, so it's very confusing to me why you would try to round out your composition on Blitzcrank on R5 when stuff like Braum was open. Even Alistar is fine. Alistar, I think, was banned, but other defensive supports were available too. So let's see. Slay kind of has to do something in the early game to really find the value in this pick, because otherwise he's not going to scale as well as Braum, for example. That was not it, Slay. That was not it.
Try to predict Glory backing back into the lane rather than just continuing to run out. Doesn't work for the Blitzcrank this time round. I would like to point out something else, a potential issue with Saigon Buffalo's composition. I'm seeing a lot of AD damage. And yes, I know Guri can build AP, but it is still a Maokai. Is that really going to be enough if the likes of Sparta and B just start stacking up armor?
There's no such thing as stacking up one thing. It works. Especially not with Kassanti.
No.
It's like, yeah, the League just doesn't work like that anymore, unless you have a really, really shallow damage profile. But especially Kassanti, who just sheds all his armor anyway in the team fight. He loses 80% of his armor once he presses ult, so does it even matter if he builds armor? It's there's not really enough armor to prevent Shogun and Blazes from carrying, so I don't think it's an issue. I think it only becomes an issue if your damage is not only one-sided but also very low, because Zaya and Jace both built a lot of armor penetration anyway, so it shouldn't be a problem.
Well, Coated using the Dominus, so chunking Sparta down to about 300 health. Sparta, though, still has the all-out and could look for a play once this Dominus ends, which it now has. Can't really get anything out of the play.
Yeah, very dominant laning phase so far from Coated. You brought it up. Coated, very strong Renekton player. Essentially a Renekton one-trick at this point, which is kind of funny because he used to be a Jax one-trick. But so far, very good laning phase. Has put a lot of pressure on Sparta, and such a quiet early game for two VCS teams, and especially when we look at Vi, Ari, at Renekton stun, at Blitzcrank against Drell in the bot lane, I would have expected a little bit more action, but everyone just content, farming up, so far. Level 6 might actually bring a lot of change, because there's so many more tools in both teams' arsenals for making fights happen, for picks and everything. So take a look at the XP for BJ and Guri. Both are very close to level 6, so action should be inbound.
And in pretty much all the lanes, the CS is quite even. Shogun now picking up a plate in the bottom lane. One of the first couple of plates picked up, the other one by Coated in the top lane. So a small goal lead for the side of the Saigon Buffalo currently.
It seems like they're just winning most of the lanes, and considering you had to go for tier on the Jace, everyone is doing quite well. Jace a little bit behind in CS, but that's absolutely fine. He didn't lose Flash, which is always a little bit dicey against Ahri Vi compositions. You want to really survive to level 6 without blowing Flash, because otherwise you are going to be in a lot of trouble. So Blaze is in a pretty decent spot. His TP is going to be off cooldown in a minute or two. So he's just farming up, and everything is going pretty well for Saigon Buffalo. Now, they still need to transition this wide laning phase into a little bit of an objective lead later on. I wouldn't say they get outscaled, but it's a pretty even scaling game. So I think this composition around Renekton and Jace and Xayah, they should really come together at first dragon, second dragon, Herald even, which is coming up now. So Saigon Buffalo should kick into gear and a little bit more proactive plays in about a minute or two.
Well, we do have a Hextech Drake on the Rift. We also have a Rift Herald, so maybe we'll see skirmishing over the objectives, or maybe we'll just see a handshake and one team say, hey, we'll take the Drake. The other team say, that's cool, we'll just take the Herald.
Look at this. Saigon Buffalo setting up this first dragon, and this is with level 6 Maokai. It's really, really hard to fight against this on open ground. Coated also fully stacked. I don't think there's much Team Wales can do, so a very clean transition over to the top side from Saigon Buffalo. Team Wales anticipated this and tried to lane swap to counteract, but this actually puts them into a little bit of a strange position for Dragon, but it seems like Wales is quick enough to get Drake #1 as a trade. So yeah, halting the potential Dragon Snowball or delaying it for Saigon Buffalo. It's an interesting choice for Saigon Buffalo to prioritize this Herald #1 so much that they give up all position on Dragon, but seems like Team Wales is also not starting Dragon on time, so maybe Saigon Buffalo can actually get back to the bottom of the Rift to maybe find a play there.
Well, BJ used the opportunity just to steal away some of Guri's camps, and now Slay looking to the mid lane. Glory has to be careful, will probably have to burn the flash. Never mind, can just ult over the wall and out to safety.
And that's a lot of gold funneled into Shogun, so that's a very conscious choice from Saigon Buffalo. I kind of disagree with them, because this is not an Aphelios, this is not a Jinx, this is Xayah. Yes, she's super, super strong in the late game, but she's also strong in the mid game and after level 6, so I think you should use your champions. Oh, this is a bit dangerous.
Looking for the play onto Spada. Slay is here as well. This is a 3v1, and Blazes is making his way up as well.
The other side.
Aggress 2-5, so 3v1 in the bottom lane as well. Cease and desist, and Team Wales want this kill. First blood picked up by B.
And he chased down the Vi, the lonely Vi, only 200 health in the jungle. No Ahri ultimate to help her, but seems like BJ get out of there.
So, first tower on the brink of being picked up here by Saigon Buffalo in the top lane. Spada is now going to have to do a 1v3, and this time there's a Nature's Grasp as well. Locked down, the tower is going to fall. There is no teleport to come through. Spada tries to go all out, but he's just going all out back to his base.
Horrible, horrible TP timing. No, you can't do that, Glory. Look at the tower HP. That is really unfortunate, because now his TP is also down. He can't really go into the side lane, especially with the dragon coming up in 4 minutes. So there was a lot of time, a lot of downtime in the next few minutes to go to side lanes and apply some pressure. Big misplay from Wales, and they were in a good position to actually trade up in kills and kind of get out of the situation alright, but Spada for no reason stays under tower. He knows the enemy team is lopsidedly going for the top side, so just a bit of a sloppy play in terms of macro and understanding the map for Wales, and Saigon Buffalo get the kill on their main carry and walk away with a 1k gold lead.
1,000 gold, courtesy of that first tower being picked up, and a kill as well. And a lot of that gold is sitting on Shogun, who has been able to pick up a lot of plates. Pretty much 4 plates in the top lane, one plate in the bottom lane, and maybe there are more plates to come as well for the Saigon Buffalo ADC. Slay has to be careful. He has been caught out. This is a 3v1 pretty much. Shogun, oh, the flash doesn't get him over the wall, but he is running. He's a fast boy, but is he quite fast enough? As well, Guri is showing up and then decides, you know what, I can't help you here, buddy. You're on your own.
Wait, Exhibit C. Continue a little bit of last week's casting. People who know. Yeah, Slay on this. It reminds me a lot of playing with you, actually. Just
wait, what?
First item. How are they called? Mobility boots. Yeah, Moby boots. Blitzcrank. Completely useless in the early game, not providing any assistance whatsoever in any place and just dying randomly. Bit unfortunate.
I'm sorry, Yulwei, but I know you're the color caster here, but you're just flat out wrong. Moby boots are so useful early game.
Yeah, so many nice stats. They make you so tanky and so good in early engagements. Really lovely.
Movement speed is one of the best stats in
the
game.
And you lose the movement speed once you get damaged.
But you don't need the movement speed once you get damaged. You just need to get to the place, and then you're sorted.
How many times has that helped Slay so far in this game?
Okay, are we really analyzing by result here? Do we want to play this game your way? Artemis might be in a tricky spot. B is here as well, so he should be relatively safe to another Saigon Buffalo 3-man dive.
Whoa, what was that?
Ooh.
We went back in time for like 20 seconds. Apologies for that. I'm not entirely sure why that happened. Some YouTube glitch. But Coated on the other, in the meanwhile, is in trouble in top lane.
He is very much in trouble. BJ does not have the ultimate, but it isn't needed. Sparta picks up the kill. Nature's Grasp being used in the bottom lane. Team was actually backing away from their tower. They don't fancy their chances in the 2v3. And now B doesn't really know where to go because Artemis is on the other side. Decides, hell with it. I'll just engage onto Shogun. Drops down the Ignite. Void Seeker lands up from Artemis. And here comes Sparta as well. Very low. Guri flashing over the wall.
Yo, Artemis.
Featherstorm comes out. Artemis has to flash away. Guri is low, but still alive. The focus turns on to the Blitzcrank of Slay. BJ has been able to get a kill in the mid lane on it to Blazes, and in the bottom lane they get a kill onto Slay as well. So 2 kills coming from the side of Team Wales. And here comes BJ over the wall.
Oh, he hit
Shogun. There's a teleport. Shogun is so low. No killer instinct still available, but there are going to be more Void Seekers coming.
Oh no, what's happening?
Turns on to Goated. He's just come back alive, able to get 1 kill. Shogun is so low. Glory dies. It is absolute carnage in the bottom lane, but I do think it is still Team Wales who have come out on top.
Oh, definitely. A very nice counterplay from Team Wales there to... oh, never mind. It goes on and on.
We're doing more. Shock Blast comes through. Blazes, come on. You know you want to go in for this. Who is the focus on? It's on to BJ. No way. No way he survived. There's going to be one more Shock Blast to come. And Blazes...
Let's go here.
Slay is here from the Moby Boots. He's only here from the Moby Boots. You know, can he land the hook? Surely. Surely. Never mind. Never mind. The Moby Boots are a failure.
Okay, that was a passage of play. Welcome to the VCS. If you have never seen a VCS game before, what is this? Okay.
This is how Blazes died.
My Blazes died to Glory in the 1-on-1. No, and there was BJ as well. Okay. Well, okay, Glory. That is some commitment. And then BJ steals away the kill. That is, I would flame that jungler. That is not very nice. But in the end, we come out with an almost even game state again. SGB somehow picked up Drake number 2. So maybe this whole sequence was actually useful for them. Logan got another kill. They got a lot of plating gold. So in the end, it's kind of even, but it's a mess. And oh no. No time to analyze anything.
Glory. Nature's Grasp, nice Everfrost, but lockdown is Glory. That's
no,
a
Blazes,
beautiful job. Goodbye, Blazes. Sayonara. Guri's going to be falling as well. Double kill for Glory in the mid lane.
It's a disaster. What a horrible dive attempt. It looked so good. Could Glory actually misstepped? He thought he was out of the Nature's Grasp. Then got hit by the last clip, by the last bit of the ultimate. And Guri should have just tanked. It would have been such an easy dive if Blazes gets to free fire, but somehow Blazes gets charmed at the moment. He also gets tower aggroed, and wow, it's a disaster for Saigon Buffalo, who keeps on playing better macro around the map, but just can't play any champion on champion situation correct in this game. Very weird game. Yeah, look at this. Guri I think this dive is actually a good setup, especially as Glory messes this up. But then Guri uses his W, and that resets the tower aggro. That's so unfortunate.
That is very unfortunate. I'm going to be honest. I think Glory still gets a double kill there, but maybe he dies as well.
And now, if Guri keeps tower aggro, he might die, but the Jace definitely gets the kill. I think it's a 1-for-1 in that situation, but yeah. No way for Maokai not to go untargetable there. He has to use the W to ensure that the CC chain is not broken, so kinda had to do that, and results in a double kill for Glory. And we talked about Glory BJ being a little bit of a weird combo so far in this season. Look at them now. 3-0-2, 3-1-2, they are running the game.
Absolutely, and this is what we talked about for Team Wales as well. When Glory gets ahead, if he gets some resources or a little bit of tender loving care, that's when Team Wales can really show up. And right now they are 1,500 gold ahead of Saigon Buffalo, despite being about 1,000 gold behind for the first 10 or so minutes of this game. And Saigon Buffalo, they wanted to put their resources towards Shogun, who is ahead at 2 items completed on this Zaya. Very scary, but Team Wales looking for a pick. Another Nature's Grass come through, but Guri has just been absolutely popped. Artemis with a killer instinct.
What is going on?
Sees the desist into Sparta's All Out. It's a beautiful interaction. 2 kills for the side of Team Wales. Make it 3. They are absolutely running the show here in game 1 of our lower bracket. Oh, Shogun, that is a really nice play caller, but you will die nonetheless. 4 kills for 1 for Team Wales.
This is such a fascinating game 1 because if you just look at all the map movements and the setup, the fundamentals of understanding the map movements, Saigon Buffalo just looks like a much better team, much better coached. But then they just keep on dying to every single interaction with champion on champion. It's almost like watching like Season 5 League against Season 13 League, and yeah, Season 13 League is winning very hard because kills just do a lot for you. Just brute force your way into teamfights. And Guri played too much tank Maokai, I think, because this is not tanky. He just dies in an instant. He's full carry Maokai, and kind of forgot about that. Insta-dice. There's so much CC for Wales. They gift another shutdown to Shogun, which is a bit scary, but at the moment they're just running the game. They must feel really, really good here because they just keep winning team fights.
Yeah, and remember, after the series against Team Secret, we talked about how Team Wales, their mental looked completely broken, and we talked about how they needed a win. They needed to find their mojo again. That's what happened in the series against Cerberus. They went 3-0. Maybe this is the redemption arc for Team Wales. Maybe this is the start of the montage blazes over the wall. But following beautiful Void Seeker, Artemis can go in with the killer instinct. Actually, he doesn't have it available. Doesn't need it either. BJ is low, but B is in to the rescue. Coated, diving on him, but just dives on into his death. Glory lands a charm. Down will go Shogun. Down are going Saigon Buffalo as Team Wales just continue to accelerate their lead.
What are they doing, Mo? What are they doing?
They are dying your way.
I think they've never in their life seen an Ari and a Vi before or something. Like, hello? We know how this works, no? They have a lot of engage range. Just don't walk alone in mid lane when you don't have when you can't get away, and you don't have a support that can actually peel for you because you chose Blitzcrank R5. Really nice pick still. Has done a lot for this team. They could have gone Braum here. Imagine if this was a Braum and they could just put the shield.
I know what it is. Your way, I know what it is. They remember the Vi when they played against Team Flash. That's the issue. They think Vi only dies when it engages.
I mean, yeah, it should, but only if you actually have a little bit of counter engage. But Saigon Buffalo, such a weird game 1. I really feel like they understood. Their coach did everything. I mean, apart from the R5 pick, okay, whatever. Maybe that was Slay's pick. But everything in-game was set up so well. They knew how to swap. They knew how to play for tower plays. They knew how to accelerate Shogun. And then they just die over and over again. This must be such a frustrating game to watch from the back lines, because what do you tell your players? Like, just don't get picked 5 times in a row in the mid-game by Vi and Ari and all the engaged in the enemy team. Should be obvious, right? But it's really not working for this team.
Team Wales as well, because
they
played it slow. They played well, they played it very slow at the start. They said, look, we're not going to win anything against Azaya in, the early stage of lane, same against Blazers. And they just waited for all of their opportunities, and they've taken every single one really, really well. There was that really big skirmish on the bottom side of the map that maybe could have gone better. But aside from that, Team Wales have played this very well.
Yeah, it's a very one-sided play style, but they're executing their one play really well, right? There's not a lot of variety. They just keep running at Saigon Buffalo and picking off isolated targets. But it's working, so you can't really blame them for it. I'm a little bit worried about their strategic diversity and their ability to play against maybe better teams that can spot these things, but that's not relevant today. Today they just have to beat Saigon Buffalo, and if Buffalo keeps doing stuff like this, like...
Oh my god, that is disgusting. 5 people to kill the crocodile. There's absolutely nothing Kotic can do there.
Yeah, once he's there, definitely not. And now Team Wales,
okay.
B.
B goes golden, has a flash
Nice
to get
play.
back over the wall, and will do exactly that. But now the Nature's Grasp is down for Guri, and Team Wales will make their retreat and look towards their second Drake of the game.
Now Wales is in such an insanely dominant position, and if you have a full dive team like they do, and you get so far ahead and the enemy team doesn't have the greatest counter dive they could have had, but that's my last time I'll bring up the R5 Blitz because it's so tilting to me, but the enemy team doesn't have the tools to really counteract the dive. Okay, you have Zarya ultimate, okay, there's a Maokai ultimate, but at this point that's not enough, so... yeah, you can just keep diving, you keep accelerating, you have better items, you have more stats, and more often than not, you're just gonna win. So, apart from an absolute hero 5-man, 5-feather pull from Shogun, I don't think anything can happen to Team Wales in this game anymore.
5-man, 5-feather pull into Accelerator Shock Blast onto both Artemis and Glory to one-shot them. Then maybe Saigon Buffalo can win the subsequent 5v3.
Maybe. But even that is a question mark. So.
Well, it will require a miracle for Saigon Buffalo right now. Fortunately, though, for Saigon Buffalo, this is not a best of 1. It's a best of 5. There are many more games to come. And after this game, either 2 more or potentially 4 more over the... Okay. Artemis?
Artemis
Hello?
watched too much Slater, I believe. That was the most Slater Kaiser play I've ever seen.
I think he misclicked his R button. I don't think he wanted to alt in. That's what I'm going with. Giving a bit of a handicap over to Saigon Buffalo, saying, look, I'll even give you a shutdown.
This Zarya is now on 3 items, so you kind of have to stop messing around at some point. Luckily, the rest of the team is absolutely useless, but still, 3 items Zarya, it's getting scarier.
You'll wait, I've never seen this before. Runan's Hurricane on Kai's... Oh, no. No. Did he get hurt?
Ooh.
Oh.
The Blitzcrank did something. Let's go.
This is why you take Blitzcrank. You can never underestimate the power of a Blitzcrank. You remember that Clash tournament that we won? Remember the semi-finals, that Blitzcrank? Oh, incredible.
Can't say I remember the Blitzcrank, but yeah,
to be honest, it was just all about the vein, I think. It's what I remember from our Clash tournament. But I mean, Shogun actually has the most gold right now in this.
Yeah, he has got every single shutdown. I think every single kill. The first kill he got was a normal 300 gold kill, and everything after that was like 800 to 850 gold. Here we go again. Big engage.
Oh, wow. Kota just gets absolutely eviscerated. Team Wales can still go in with more. The Spirit Rush is available for Glory on the Ari, and there is a Killer Instinct available for Artemis as well.
Bit unfortunate that Slay didn't find the pull there on B, because B was pretty isolated on the side. If you grab B there, I think Shogun kills him in like 2-3 auto attacks. Then you at least eliminate one of the dive threats and one of the CC threats for Shogun, but still 1 for 0 isn't actually that great for Wales, especially considering the coat is already 0.6, so he's worth like 100 gold. Who cares? At this point, Saigon Buffalo is in stall mode, and they're 13 kills down, but only 5k gold, so there is a little bit of hope, especially if Shogun plays in some of his world's form here.
So going back to my previous question before we got sidetracked, Kaiser Runan's Hurricane. I don't think I've ever seen that one before.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice, especially when she's not going for the on-hit build, right? Because you would assume that she goes for a Hurricane just to apply her on-hit. Oh, here we go again! Oh, this Vi is very far
over
away.
the wall, and Artemis will follow. Takes a lot of damage, forced to
Uh-oh.
flash away, and now there's two
Uh-oh.
members on him. The ADC is down. Saigon Buffalo are finding the exact fight that they need. Shutdowns galore, 3 kills for nothing. Saigon Buffalo are back in it.
Hide is always better than engage if you know how to play it, especially later in the game. That was one step too far, and we have seen so many Vi's in this VCS playoff so far, just going in and the enemy just flashing away, and suddenly the Vi is screaming at her screens like, no, I don't want to go, get me back, please. And yeah, she can't do anything. You can't cancel the ultimate once you've channeled it, so that was another downfall of the Vi. And look at the Ari, she can't follow up even though she's super fed. This was a bit too aggressive, and they just keep hammering that engage. This game reminds me so much of the infamous 2019 GAM against what was the name? J-Team, I believe. A game with a Nocturne and a Nocturne Clat engage over and over for 40 minutes. This is very similar. We just keep running at them, but now the enemy team is actually really scary. Look at the gold. It's in Saigon Buffalo's favor.
What is it, your way, with first games of Vietnamese playoffs being like this? We saw this between Cam and Team Secret last week. I think the same thing for Team Wales and Team Secret as well. We just keep on getting these throws in game 1.
It's, hey, Renekton got a kill. He's worth gold again. But yeah, it's just a little overforcing, I believe. It's one of the biggest problems right now.
Ooh, very nice. Never Frost Blazes is forced to go
BJ,
gold,
what?
and BJ engaging. This time you can't get away. This time Team Wales will find a fight, and Saigon Buffalo are being torn to shreds. 4 kills for the Wales. Make it 5. Throw Team Wales. Think not.
Wait, how did this happen? That was one of the most insane spots for an engage against Flash and ult on Shogun, but he fails to utilize his big defensive tools, and out of nowhere, it's a 5-0 ace, it's game over.
Well, they're tanking up this tower. It's taking a long while, but now the minion wave has arrived, and Team Wales should be able to end this game with this push. Slay is about to resurrect, same for Blaze, but I don't think 2 members of Team Wales can defend against a 5 members strong, or pardon me, the 2 members of Saigon Buffalo cannot defend against 5 members of Team Wales, who will crash on to the Nexus and take game 1 over Saigon Buffalo.
Well, that gave me a bit of whiplash. We went for a roller coaster here for game number 1, and that was only the first game, so strap in, because it's gonna get spicy today, most likely.
I want to have another look at that mid lane play. I think it was a charm onto an Everfrost from Glory onto Blazes, which forced Saigon Buffalo to kind of stick around for the fight, and then B just followed up with a beautiful well engage.
Yeah, I'll try to find the play before we go into game number 2, so we have another look at the deciding fight there, and the engage they found on Blazes and Shogun, and how Shogun wasn't able to use his ultimate, even after coming out of his GA. Even then, he didn't use his ultimate, he didn't use his flash, so they must have played a really, really good game at spotting the target and just seeing him instantly after the GA. Really nicely done. So surprising. First time in the game, Saigon Buffalo, not the first time actually, but first time in the mid game, Saigon Buffalo got wrestled back control and was in a gold lead, and instantly they lose 0-5.
Yeah.
That's VCS for you. That's VCS.
The gold lead, if you saw it, was very cool. It was, you know, slowly rising, drop, and then straight back up. So it was just quite literally a little blip for Team Wales in the mid game. Other than that, they did look very good. Saigon Buffalo will have to go back to the drawing boards and kind of figure out what they want to do heading into game 2, and particularly looking at Glory and BJ in those kind of early 15 to 20 minutes, stop them from getting ahead.
Don't pick Blitzcrank.
Don't pick Blitzcrank, and don't take Moby Boot supports. Take it, it's really good. But with that, we're going to be heading into a short break, and we shall be returning for game 2 shortly. There's going to be Alistairs, there's going to be Crocodiles, there's going to be Fiestas, and maybe we'll be going to match point as well. What up, people? We're getting ready to head into Game 2 between Team Wales and Saigon Buffalo. Wales have come out victorious in Game 1. Now, before we do anything, let's have a look at that final fight, which Yulwei is going to take us through.
Okay, let's have a look. This is the setup, 27 minutes. Once again, remember, this is the first time in like 10-15 minutes that Saigon Buffalo actually has a lead. They are walking down mid lane with the Baron buff, but Team Wales plays some absolutely exquisite CC chaining. And the main MVP in this fight is actually Glory. If you look at this, I'll stop after Shogun goes down to his GA because he hits an incredible charm. So let's look at this situation. We have Glory just catches overstepping Blazes on the side here. Really nice charm. Number 1, Blazes goes down into his Zhonya's instantly. And now BJ follows up. The CC on Shogun is insane. He doesn't get in a single second or even a microsecond time to do anything. He ends the fight with flash and with ultimate, and usually would say, well, what did he do? But he didn't see the initial engage from Vi, because Vi flash queued on top of him. And then there was not any opportunity for him to do anything, because he was CC chained to the max, out of his GA, instantly into another charm, and just amazing CC chaining from Wales there to win the game in a 5-0 team fight.
And we talked about how Team Wales had a little moment, had a bit of a throw, and they showed that they can find their way back into the game just as easily as they can throw themselves out of a game lead. The first 10 minutes or so, Saigon Buffalo showed very good kind of macro lane assignments to get themselves a 1,000 gold lead or so. We'll see whether they can do the same again here for Game 2. Saigon Buffalo over on blue side, and they are prioritizing that Xayah, and you would expect that Team Wales pick themselves up a rel once again.
BJ, don't do it. BJ, no. BJ. Okay. That's much better. Okay, interestingly, both teams agree that Saigon Buffalo had the better team composition, because Wales is just picking away the same team composition that Saigon Buffalo went with in game number 1. So, kind of...
Ooh.
That's the Lucian mid lane for Blazes. Okay, a little bit of spice. He played a season as ADC, so he's familiar with this one. But that is mostly like just a partner for... his
Ivan.
jungler. The Ivan Lucian, of course, pretty strong, because Lucian can play a little bit more aggressively, especially into the Jace. So I really need to see some more mid ganks this game, because last game everyone ignored all the mid lane champions, even though there was an Ahri Vi against Jace. So hopefully this time around Buffalo can set up a little bit more action in the mid lane, put a little bit of pressure onto Glory in the early game.
Well, certainly looks like they are set up for that. I wonder if they even look towards that Braum. I also wonder whether maybe there's a world where Wales put this Jace into the top lane and take something else for Glory in the mid lane to face off against Blazes on the Lucian.
Maybe? I mean, we haven't seen a Jace top lane in a long time. He's really just the mid lane champion right now. But can always happen. There's a little bit of flex potential there. Unfortunately, the Lucian can kind of follow him, right? The Lucian can just go top lane, and then it's an even longer lane into the Jace, so maybe that's even advantageous for the Lucian matchup. I'm not entirely sure if that's the correct pivot here. You already have committed to the AD mid AP jungler, so I feel like this is just gonna be Lucian Jace in the mid lane, and a lot of top lane and support bans. That's a Malphite ban. Oh.
It is indeed. I'm wondering what they want to ban away as a result of it. We still have the Renekton available, the Rumble as well. But for now, Team Wales are just going to be picking up the Nautilus to pair alongside Artemis in the bottom lane.
Yeah, they're trying to preempt the Rakan pick here, because Rakan into Nautilus is a little bit of a dodgy matchup. I think it's overblown that it's a counter, but it's not great for the Rakan. He can play around the Nautilus engage, but usually Nautilus just checks him in lane, so they wanted to prevent the Xayah and Rakan combination here. But there's still the Braum potential that we saw in the last game as well. They didn't go for Braum on red side. Let's see if they want to rectify their mistake from last game. This time, Rakan, yeah. I think Rakan is still a viable pick here. It's a bit dangerous in lane, and I hope Slay doesn't overplay the engages in lane, because they could really just kill the Rakan over and over again. But if it gets out of laning phase, the Nautilus matchup doesn't really matter to me.
And this is the point that I'm interested to see. What does Sparta want to play? Is it going to be a Rumble? Is it something else? Well, the Braum hasn't been picked, and that leaves a nice window potentially for this a big team fight composition for Team Wales if this gets locked in.
Okay, this is better for the team. I think a tank is better globally, but considering how Wales played the last game, an On would have tilted me to oblivion because they would just overgroup with level 10 On and he would never see his mythic item ever because he just shares XP the whole game, which is one of the most infuriating things about VCS teams and On ever. So I'm happy they didn't go for On because I don't trust any team but GAM with the On in this league. But the Rumble adds a little bit more mid-game power, adds a lot more AP damage, so diversifying the damage profile is always a nice thing. Makes their team composition very squishy, and they're playing against Zarya and Lucian, so it's also quite dangerous.
The Rumble is kind of what we were expecting, I guess. It's been probably the most played top laner in playoffs alongside the Renekton. Or after the Renekton is probably the better way of looking at it. I see this composition from Saigon Buffalo, and I see it as being one that is going to be incredibly, incredibly good at skirmishing. And around those 15, 20, 25 minutes, they are going to be so ridiculously strong. But then on the counter side, if they don't get through those first 20 minutes or so with a lead, you look towards the likes of Azeri, massively outscaling this composition of Saigon Buffalo.
It's kind of the same as last game, but they are even more on a timer than last game now. So last game they played horrifically in skirmishes. So let's see if they can play a little bit better because they essentially lost every single fight in the last game. They need to be on a better war path there for skirmishes, for team fights, for little engagements around the objectives as we head onto the Rift. For game number 2, Saigon Buffalo needs to fight back now on the blue side. They have had more success on the red side in playoffs so far, so I'm a little bit worried for them, but they doubled down on their on the essentials in their team composition, right? It's Renekton once again, it's Zarya once again, mid-game power, strong early one-item power spikes, really good around objectives. This time they have the other tree, which is also a really good objective controller, so I like this composition once again, very proactive, but they need to be better in skirmishes. They need to be so much better.
Yeah, but I was just wondering whether Guri was going to step into the jungle. In the end, it's BJ who drops down a ward, and Guri will back away into his own side of the map. Both junglers looking to be starting on their blue buffs.
Do we have any interesting choices here in terms of runes? Sparta, no, that's just the standard laning rune. Maybe Blazes is a little bit interesting because you can also go for First Strike for a little bit more gold, but this just scale. This is super strong in the immediate engage, right? There's short trades, E double tap activates the PTA super quickly, so Blaze is probably just playing for pressure in lane, not so much for scaling and long range old poke, which is more of the old Lucian playstyle where we went for the first strike. So I like this a lot. I think he needs to be aggressive. He needs to put the pressure onto Glory because Jace otherwise just scales into such a formidable late game threat.
Sparta having a good turn of things in the top lane against Coated so far, just burning the Crocodile down for now as Blazes trades onto Glory, utilizing some of that range advantage that he has over the Jace.
I see.
I think so.
I think it's even. I think both are 500. Oh. But yeah, Lucian is super short range. But Lucian, of course, his trades are so insanely strong in the early game, especially with PTA. So, and the biggest issue for Glory right now is he's kind of even in trades, but his mana is suffering. You can see the mana bar is really the big difference between these two. Glory's actually hat in XP, but he is in a lot of trouble in position. That was one.
It was a nice try from Guri. I don't know why he didn't just wait to get into the tri-bush, but fair enough. And now stepping into BJ's jungle, we'll find a sapling awaiting him, and BJ will want to
look at the damage.
It is a lot. Guri's just going to smite that one away, but can BJ pick up a kill? Sparta is making his way down, so this is a 2v1. Over the wall goes Guri. Doesn't have another smite, but the tree is out of the jungle.
Asserting tree dominance early here. Ivan so much on-hit damage. A lot of people really underestimate the early game on-hit damage that this champion can deal. It was actually nerfed this season because it was too strong in top lane, but it's still very formidable, especially when you get into a bush, because it's permanently reset, and that's too much damage to deal with for BJ. Red buff stolen away, and that's an invading Ivern. We don't really see that too often, unless it's a cheesy early game invade, so kind of cool to see.
Would be very nice sidestep on the grand entrance. Sadly, though, his dredge line isn't particularly accurate, and Slay will be able to heal himself up with the Gleaming Quill.
I'm a little bit anxious watching Slay going for these trades, because you can really see the punish that's available for the side of Artemis and B. Slay, he's slippery, but being slippery against the Nautilus is actually not that great, because you can kind of overplay your cards there. Sorry, finally getting a good trade on Blazes, but Guri's here.
Very nice shield. Flasher forward. Is there enough damage? Root Caller doesn't land, and the final minion auto is not enough. And now here comes BJ. Guri is on about half health. And if BJ can get on top of Blazes, which he does, first blood for Team Wales.
Beautifully done from BJ. He actually completely mind-gamed Guri there. Guri thought he was going for him and gave himself the shield, and then instantly flashing past the Ivern to get on top of the shieldless Blazes, which he wouldn't be able to kill if the shield wasn't Blazes. So really nicely done there from BJ, knowing the matchup, reading Guri's intentions. First blood goes over to Wales.
Very clearly done. First Drake of the game has now spawned. We have a Cloud Drake to grace us with its presence, and BJ making his way over to the bottom side, has not reset, but is looking for the play, and Artemis and B are healthy enough to make this 3v2 work.
Double flashes available for Saigon Buffalo. Oh no, that's the wrong
Dredge
target.
line onto Shogun, has a flash available, but that flash won't get him. Oh, Shogun! How did you get the kill onto Artemis? That is absolutely disgusting. A 1-for-1 in the bottom lane. Saigon Buffalo and Shogun coming out hugely clutch.
Wow, that is insane that they got out of there with a 1-for-1 trade. I would have never thought that would happen, because the engage on Shogun was so clean. Slay wasn't able to block that one, but Shogun flash feather pull behind Artemis. Artemis not foreseeing that and not able to react with his own flash. So in the end, it's actually kind of advantageous for the side of Shogun, because he gets the kill and Artemis doesn't.
That knock-up.
Wow, that was so clean and so on the edge. Like one frame early. If he dies a frame earlier, I think Artemis probably doesn't die there. So wow, that was so risky from Shogun as well. He could have just died and spared his flash, but instead he went for the aggressive kill, and that's what we love about Shogun.
This is why he is the best ADC in the VCS, even in these tricky situations. He finds a way to get a win for Saigon Buffalo. And now the gold still relatively even, just a few hundred in favor of Team Wales. And Artemis is going to meekly make his way back down to the bottom lane. And I'm sure Shogun might give him a nice thumbs up on his return.
We are 1 minute away, roughly, from the first big objective spawning. Of course, the dragon is already here. Starting dragon this early. Oh, he got him!
Fair enough, Blazes. Well played, gets the 1v1 kill. I don't know if there was any assistance from Guri in that particular instance.
He shielded him. There was one tower hit. The Ivan experience. You press E and win. It's pretty nice. A really good champion, by the way. So that is now a big advantage in the mid lane. Look at the shield. This shield actually kind of carried Blazes, because he was able to chase for one more hit. Otherwise, he would have had to back off a little bit earlier. So that was a pretty impactful shield. Obviously, just pressing E.
Does the shield give you movement speed as well?
No, not that shield.
Okay.
But yeah, the added Airy shield on top of that actually really tipped him over the edge of being able to chase down the mid laner. As Coated goes for an all-in. This is dangerous. He's getting cooked.
Uses the Dominus. There's no equalizer available, so it's Coated with ult against Sparta without, and the Renekton comes out on top.
Wow, Renekton winning an engagement against Rumble in lane. Not something we see these days, because Rumble is so insanely strong, but that is really, really good for Coated. And he's not 0-6 this game, which is already a huge improvement for the side of Saigon Buffalo. They look revitalized in this game, even after losing a game with a very similar composition in game number 1. So, good signs for a good series.
But to give the other side of the point, let's not forget, this is a composition that Saigon Buffalo is very happy with in the early, mid stages of the game. Very nice engage from Slay. Artemis forced to flash away. B low. B will fall.
Shogun
Slay
wants
taking all
it.
of the damage. Now Shogun steps forward. Out comes the Feather Storm. Double kill for Shogun. And the Saigon Buffalo bottom lane is popping right off.
Artemis getting schooled in this ADC matchup. Shogun is on. He wants to go back to the world stage. He's playing this VCS on with this really bad roster now. He's like, I'm so bored playing these bad ADC. Give me Gumayushi again so I can once again thrash him in lane. Let's see if he can make it there.
Nature's Grasp comes out, they're looking for Blazes, dashes away, no
connect?
flash available. How does that connect? Blazes is certainly falling. It's a kill for Team Wells, a kill for Glory to bring him back into the game.
Okay, the cats looked a bit OP there. I did not think that was in range, but apparently it was, and Blazes, no flash. Look at his timer. It was like 5 seconds away. So really nice punish on flash timer. But they can't really get an objective of this, so it really do much for them.
But unlike Game 1, you can see the CS differences at this point in that opening game. All of the CS were relatively close between the different laners. Here, though, in Game 2, Coated has a nice CS lead over Sparta. It's the same for Blazes against Glory. Coated trading into Sparta has to be careful because now the Equalizer is available for the Rumble. It gets used. Big healing, though, courtesy of the Dominus. BJ here as well, just to make sure Coated doesn't get a little bit too aggressive.
Curious that he's losing so hard, Sparta, that is in this matchup. I think most Rumbles actually start with the anti-heal item, and that really cuts short the kind of drain tanking that Renekton can do early on in this matchup. So maybe a little bit of an itemization mistake from Sparta, going for the full power and just pure AP, instead of cutting a little bit of that healing. But now he's just trying to get out of lane because it's not going to get better. The Renekton really gets more imposing once he is able to kind of tank those engages from Sparta. And Rumble doesn't really have the HP pool to work in a long fight against the Renekton with a Conqueror, with his ultimate damage ticking away. So it's looking pretty rough for Sparta in the top lane.
And let's not forget, Coated has a lot of experience with this matchup against Team Flash. In Yoshino, we saw a lot of Rumble versus Renekton. I think there are actually 3 games of this specific matchup. So Coated is very wise as to how this matchup goes, and I'm sure knows all of the intricacies of it. Maybe that little bit better than Sparta.
Coated only plays Renekton, so he should be he should know all the
true.
To be fair.
I mean, Sparta has 14 Renekton games this split. Shogun has over 1,000 gold, more than anyone, and the next highest is the Team Wales jungler, which is rather surprising actually. 2-0 right now for B&J, who's been having a very good second game of this series.
Yeah, the problem is it's one of the worst targets ever to counteract Xayah gold lead, because Xayah with a gold lead can cut down in Maokai in no time whatsoever, and Maokai is not great at killing Xayah because she can ult. What's happening here? Big engagement.
Grass comes through, Blazes insta-cleanses, flashes away, 3-man knock-up from Slay comes through, and now Team Wells are being forced away. BJ saw an opportunity, he saw Blazes using the Relentless Pursuit and decided, right, now we get to use the Nature's Grasp, we get to catch Blazes, but QSS was forced to be used, and they get the flash as well from the Saigon Buffalo mid laner.
And this gold lead is getting worrisome for the side of Wales. Look at this. This is now a 3k gold lead. Both of the ADCs accelerated, and a super strong accelerated supportive champion in Ivan behind them, right? So the ADCs are even stronger because they're playing with an enchanter in this game. This is not looking great for Wales, and they might have to go back to the drawing board, back to the blue side, because the red side game so far is looking like Saigon Buffalo having the better of this matchup.
Maybe one slight silver lining for the side of Team Wells is that first straight came through a little bit late for the side of Saigon Buffalo, a few minutes after when they would have ideally liked to have taken it. Next strike is going to be that Infernal, but again, let's just remind everyone that this is a late game comp for Team Wells. We're not expecting them to win in the early stages, but Saigon Buffalo are doing exactly what they need to do. 3,500 gold ahead at 12 minutes. They would be very happy to have been in this situation if you told them, hey, at 30 minutes, this is going to be the game state, yay or nay. And they probably would have said, yay, that's a good sign.
I don't actually think there's that much outscaling going on in this game. It's really only the Zeri. Everything else is kind of scaling at the same time or equally. I would even argue with this much of a lead on 2 ADCs and an Ivern, maybe they don't get outscaled, because Lucian and Zarya, while their range is kind of a hindrance in the late game, their damage is insane. And if you're able to play aggressively on Lucian and chase down the Zeri, the damage is not the problem. Lucian can outpace Zeri damage if he gets on top of her. So, a bit dangerous from Blazes.
Blazes trading on to Glory. Depth touch comes through from B, but no real follow-up from Team Wales after.
Look at the shield. That's a big one already. So Blazes can really turn into a little bit of a melee diving threat, and that's even more pressure on Artemis, who's so far behind of its item curve. Look at this. Artemis with a lot of trouble.
Oh my god. Forced to use the ult as well.
Very generous to say forced to use ult there, but...
Yeah, true.
Let's go with that, yeah?
Baited into using the ult there.
The next dragon is coming up in 1 minute, and Wales actually with a little bit of vision control around this area, which makes me a little bit trepidatious for them, because this kind of indicates that they want to fight, and I really don't think they should fight. Look at the items completed on the side of Saigon Buffalo, so maybe Blazes actually... not Blazes, Team Wales actually overplaying their setup here. I feel like they should just go to the lanes, farm up, let themselves scale into at least 2 items. This could be the end of the game. If they get aced here or lose 3-4 members around Dragon number 2, that gold lead looks insurmountable.
I very much like what Team Wales are trying to do, hovering around this bottom lane, hoping that they can catch someone out to, or catch someone who's trying to match Glory, but Saigon Buffalo couldn't care about the bottom lane. They're just looking for this mid lane outer tower, which they will get, and then they will presumably transition towards the Infernal Drake.
Yeah, this time they're not going to let the dragon go like in the last game. Already a little... Oh no. Here it comes, BJ alone. What are you doing, BJ?
184, there's a teleport coming through as well. Very nice equalizer from Sparta, but Coated now shows up, gets some lockdown. Dredgeline won't land. Team Wales have somehow made this play work, but they have lost a couple of ultimates, and Saigon Buffalo haven't lost any.
Yeah, a little bit of a wild card attempt there from Wales, just fishing for something. But in the end, they can't win this in the long run. They needed 1 kill and then maybe get away with the Dragon Steel. But it's a good choice for them to just back off now, because they know they can't possibly win this team fight after losing both of their big team fighting ultimates. So I actually kind of like this adaptation from Wales. I think they could have tried to play around topside tower a bit more, maybe try to get the tower there, but instead, now it's Blazes under pressure. Look at the damage though.
So much damage on to BJ, but now there's no ultimate for Blazes, and Glory should win this 1v1. He should win the 1v1, but he doesn't! Blazes gets 1 kill, and now he's looking for the tree. BJ forced to run for the hills, and, well, for Team Wales, they've been looking for a few ganks this game, and both times now they have backfired horribly.
Dragon Slayer activation and crit at the same time, so Glory just disappears from the face of Summoner's Rift.
Wow. It wasn't even a big gold lead either for Blazes. You look at the items, it's 1 item apiece, but Glory just not strong enough to win that 1v1.
Better ADC crits at the right time. 20% crit chance. That was the perfect time to crit. Stacked with the Kraken Slayer proc, so Blazes just annihilates him. And he was close to actually chasing down BJ as well. So Blazes is a really formidable threat now in the side lane, and Sparta is dead.
Yes, Sparta is a dead threat at the moment. Lockdown, knocked up. Blazes brings the damage, and Blazes takes the kill.
I really like this composition. The more I look at it, I've always been a big mid lane Lucian fan. I think if you play it correctly, it's an insanely strong champion. I always think back to the heydays of mid lane Lucian from Rookie, where he just annihilated everyone in laning phase, and then Lucian, a lot of people always say Lucian falls off, but if Lucian is ahead, he doesn't really do that, because if he can play aggressively, he can put so much pressure on everyone. He's a good 1v1 champion, and he's still an ADC who builds crit, so if he hits targets, his damage is really high. The only problem this champion has in the late game is his range, but if he can counteract the range problem by just playing aggressively, then suddenly his damage really doesn't fall off. So I really like to see this one. More aggressive mid lane, counter pick into the likes of Jace, and now the next game. Is Jace still gonna be a priority? If Saigon Buffalo walks away with this game victory and equalizes the series, Jace is 0-2, but here we go.
Slate being caught out, somewhat forced to use the quickness as Guri picks up a Mikhails for himself. I thought he already had that. Because, so, there was a previous play in mid lane when BeanJ threw out the Nature's Grasp, and I saw Guri getting cleansed. But the Mikhails only just been completed for Guri. So, I'm very confused.
Well, I didn't see that cleanse, so I don't know. Let's see if it happens again. In the meantime, these ADCs are just building the exact same items, which is very nice to see. Very easy to look at. Looks pretty orderly on the side of Saigon Buffalo, and both of these ADCs spike really hard on these items. So right now, fighting is not the way to go for Wales. They need to somehow get another item on Artemis, or better than one item, 2 items, because even 1 item is probably not going to be enough. And find some overstep, find some, I don't know, find Blazes in the side lane overextending, find Shogun with another good CC chain. Otherwise, you're just going to lose every single fight.
Absolutely. And again, this goes back to the kind of narrative we were talking about for Team Wales. If they get Glory ahead, things look really good. If they can't get Glory ahead, as is happening in this game, that's when things look really shaky. Team Wales need to put those resources towards Glory. They need to get him ahead. And this game, he is not in that position. Getting close to the Manamune being completed, and maybe that's the point where Glory can start to find a bit more damage with these empowered shock blasts.
I think the only way right now for Wales to get back into the game is some overextension from either the divers, maybe Slay gets separated for his team, or Coated overstays his welcome in the backline, or maybe Blazes goes a little bit too aggro, a bit too ham, and you can use B's CC, use BeanJ's CC to lock him down and kill him. I feel like the chances are really not that great for the side of Wales. This composition for Saigon Buffalo looks watertight. Looks like they really know what they're doing. A much better team fighting as well. And the Dragon is coming up, and look at Wales. They're not even interested.
I thought Saigon Buffalo might be going for the Baron, but instead they're just looking for their third Drake of the game, Soul Point, and on a Hextech Rift. If they can get Hextech Soul, things are going to look so difficult for Team Wales. Facing into, well, pretty much anyone with a Hextech Soul is incredibly scary. A 6,000 goal lead for the side of Saigon Buffalo. And they're just playing things sensibly. They don't need to force any fights. They can just let Team Wales look for picks like they did early on to Blazers and give them more free kills and more gold.
Yeah, now the most interesting question becomes, does Saigon Buffalo get over greedy, and do they want to push too much? Maybe go for a dive that they don't have to. Maybe go for a Baron attempt that they don't have to go for. Their Baron is pretty safe. They already have some lifesteal, and they have Guri with a lot of healing, with shielding. Rakan is also a really good Baron champion because you can AoE heal. So I think their Baron is actually very safe and they can go for it. But if they let the Baron get stolen away, if there's a Rumble ult in the pit, can go wrong. But I feel like Saigon Buffalo is in a very comfortable position. I'd probably put their chances of winning this game at almost like 95%. It really doesn't look like there's much Wales can do.
Well, Saigon Buffalo are going to start the Baron. Is this going to be a decision that they regret because Team Wales are coming in and Saigon Buffalo back away? And going to those percentages, Saigon Buffalo don't need to make a play where Team Wales have a 15% chance of winning. They need to take every play where they have a 100% chance of winning. Don't give any way for Team Wales back into this game. We saw in Game 1, Team Wales throwing a big lead, bringing Saigon Buffalo back into the game. And Saigon Buffalo do not want to make that same kind of mistake.
And if you want to play it as safely as possible, you just wait for the next dragon to spawn. You make sure that the Baron is warded correctly. That maybe you can even put like a Renekton close to the area to scare off the enemy team from rushing that Hail Mary Baron. And then you just play around the soul, utilize all the bushes from and the Rakan to just essentially build a wall that the enemy team can't penetrate through, take the soul, and from there it should be easy to close out the game. So that's the safest way of playing. It's not really the VCS style of playing, so I'm not sure if they're gonna do that, but it's getting closer and closer. Only 3 minutes remaining, so Saigon Buffalo is essentially just waiting out the soul spawn.
Coated really chunking Sparta down in the bottom lane as Saigon Buffalo have once again started up the Baron. Glory has to just reset. And I don't think Team Wales are going to be contesting this one. Slay hovering around for vision. And the Baron is secured by Saigon Buffalo at 23 minutes.
Yeah, so Saigon Buffalo wanted to do something for these 3 minutes, because that's quite a lot of time to just let the enemy team farm. With the Baron, it's going to be easier to penetrate into the enemy base and set up even deeper control of the whole map, which consequently makes the Dragon even easier. The only tricky thing is, and we have seen this a few times, that teams get overzealous at the inhibitor and then someone dies and unfortunately you lose the Dragon. So that's the next point of hope for Wales. Maybe the enemy team overpushes and gets the inhibitor but loses a member, and then you can sneak away the Dragon, especially the Hex Gates, which give you a better way into the Dragon Pit. So all the hope of the Wales fans in this game is probably at just something like a dive from Saigon Buffalo, but it doesn't really look likely.
Another Nature's Grass comes through. Shogun uses the Feather Storm to prevent any CC, and now there are teleports coming in. The fourth side of Saigon Buffalo. Team Wales need to make their way out. Flash forward for BJ, looking for the CC on it to Coated, but Coated able just to slide his way out of any potential danger.
And a good spot from Wales, because Saigon Buffalo expected Wales to go for Blazes in the side lane, so they kind of shadowed him with Guri.
Slay. Oh, flash over. They find the pick onto Shogun is exactly what they needed, but are they strong enough to win the subsequent fight? Sparta shows up. The equalizer's not best placed, but they land the dredge line onto Coated. Blazes is here. There are 2 ADCs that you need to deal with.
What are you doing?
Falls. Artemis flashes away. He's trying to kite. Double kill for Blazes. He's healed. He's shield. It's a triple kill, and it's a quadra kill for Saigon Buffalo Blazes.
Blazes actually has to gift 1 kill over to Guri, who secures it with, I think, an E or an auto attack. In the end, this combination of Lucian and Ivan just proves a little too strong. I love this mid lane jungle combination of Blazes and Guri. I think they should definitely try to do this again, especially if the enemy team picks another Jace. The Lucian worked well in lane, and now this combination of super strong ADC and best enchanter in the game, especially in mid-game team fights, can't overcome the shielding. It looked like Blazes lost his mind when he dove to kill Artemis there, just in a few seconds. Look at how low he gets, but then he gets shielded again, he gets cleansed again. Look at this. This looks like insanity. But flash from Guri, and then there's I think a heal from Mikels and a shield at the same time, so Blazes recovers a lot of HP.
Fight. By fight, I mean Wales are being massacred. It's a kill on to Glory. Sparta is a low double kill for Shogun. And now they look for BJ triple kill. And Shogun is having his vengeance. You catch him out in one play. He murders you in the next 4 kills for nothing. It's only Artemis left standing. And the Team Wales ADC will fall to give a quadra over to Shogun. Saigon Buffalo will push through in the bottom lane, and this will spell the end for Team Wales in Game 2.
And what a beautiful execution of their win conditions, of their team composition, of their power spikes. This was a textbook game from Saigon Buffalo, and after watching this game, I'm wondering what happened in the last game that they didn't play like this, but at least they won this game. They don't have to go into match point for Wales, and they look dominant on blue side. 2 blue side wins, 2 Jace losses. Now going into game 3, that is gonna shake up all of the drafting.
Well, to answer your question your way, what happened in this game that didn't happen in game 1? The Glory didn't get ahead.
Sure.
And I know it feels like, and for people watching, it's like, yeah, well, obviously, if one of their players didn't get ahead, then they're not going to do as well. But it is all about Glory. And no matter how many times we watch Glory playing, it always feels like that. If he gets ahead, his team looks so strong, no matter what team he's on. If he doesn't get ahead, then, as you saw here, Saigon Buffalo play a very, very clean game, a very, very good performance from Shogun, and particularly from Blazers. But, Wales thought they found an opportunity. They thought, we killed the ADC. Yeah, there are 2 ADCs, and now you don't have any more, summoners for him.
And 2 Jace losses, 2 Jace Maokai losses, actually. Both times the same combination of mid-jungle there. And it is a good combination. We have seen it so many times across the globe actually working to perfection, but it is also a little bit vulnerable in the early game. And maybe this series is too much about early game control, about laning phase in the mid lane, to go for that Jace Maokai, especially as an early rotation. Both teams have shown a capability of countering this approach. One was by Ari, super strong mid game, super strong playmaking, a lot of CC. The other is a very different mid-game control composition, but also strong in the laning phase and also with a lot of power behind it in the Lucian and the Ivan. So my questions are now on the drafting phase. Are we still going to see a lot of Jace prio? Is a team going to drop one of the 2 trees? Are we going to go into the tier 2 of the jungle matchup? Is anything going to happen about the bot lane? Because don't forget that Shogun and Slay annihilated this bot lane matchup. They got 2v2 kills, they dove in 2v2, and they had the enemy team had the counter pick in the jungle, in the bot lane, right? They picked Nautilus to prevent the Rakan, so it should have been a good bot lane matchup for the side of Wales, but Shogun and Slay just looking a little too strong. So a lot of question marks for both teams. We are square at 1-1, and this series is getting spicy.
As I think you'd like to say, Yulwei, the best of 5 has now become a best of 3. And we are going from live to going into a break. We'll be back soon with Game 3. Welcome back, everyone, to the VCS English. We're all tied between Team Wales, and Saigon Buffalo. The winner goes on to play against Team Secret. I'll get there in the end. But one game apiece, Saigon Buffalo looked very good in game 2, absolutely stomping Team Wales. And Team Wales now need to figure out what do they want to change heading on into game 3. For me, your way, I don't like Zeri. I want to see that champion gone. I want to see more Kaiser, maybe some Aphelios from Artemis.
Let's see if they follow your advice. Yeah, Zeri is in a little bit of a peculiar state right now. She still has that late game hyper carry fantasy going for her, but she needs pretty specific situations, conditions to actually make that happen. And instead, Zarya is just so much more consistent, so much more. Throughout the game, she can offer so much more, and she has better laning phase, she has CC to back it up, and play together with all sorts of support, so it makes a lot of sense that we're still going for this early Zarya pick, this time back in, or actually for the first time in the hands of Artemis. Shogun had 2 Zarya games back to back. He can still look at his favorite Aphelios, and Aphelios of course scales maybe a little bit more consistently into late game threat than Zeri at the moment, so not a bad option, but always puts you a little bit behind in terms of early game aggression rating, which worked so well for Saigon Buffalo. And speaking of things that worked well, we're back to Vi and Ari for Team Wales. This seems to be their blue side strategy, even when they don't play against Maokai.
You know what they say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And it wasn't broke in game 1. We'll see whether it's broken here in game 3. Saigon Buffalo, though, because Team Wales didn't first pick the Rel like they did in game 1, they have had the option to lock it in for themselves, which they do, but we're still seeing those same solo laners for Coated and Blazers as we did in game 1.
So this Maokai ban here is a little bit surprising to me. I'm not entirely sure why you would ban Maokai here, because you already showed that you are able to beat this one. And you know, Guri has all these weird carry junglers in the back of his mind. So I would actually argue that it's better for you to give him Maokai, even if he's higher on the tier list, because you already know what it looks like, right? You've already beaten it, you already know the matchup. If he goes to something like Taliyah jungle here, it can always kind of go out of control, even though Taliyah can struggle against the Vi in the 1v1, especially if the Vi gets to invade her. But yeah, let's see. It's last pick jungle. The Nocturne is up, one of Guri's favorites. So I feel like they might have made a little bit of a mistake here, banning away the Maokai. But Alistar's open, so we finally get to see our classic Renekton-Alistar matchup. It's the VCS.
VCCS, the Cow and the Croc are both locked in. Saigon Buffalo are looking towards the Kaiser. Now, in that previous game, that was actually the very first Rumble game that Spada played this season. In fact, it was his first ever competitive Rumble game. It didn't go particularly well, and once again, that top lane pool has been pinched, and instead of going for a Rumble, they go for the Ornn, which means that Braum is just staring me straight in the face your way.
And this game, I absolutely hate the Ornn. Everything else in your team composition screams mid-game, screams aggression, and then you follow it up with Ornn. That is strange to me. There's not much Ornn can do for these champions to scale better, because it's still Ari. Even if you upgrade her item, like, she doesn't deal any damage in the late game, so not the greatest Ornn pick in my opinion. They don't get punished with the Braum, because apparently Braum just doesn't exist in this league for a reason unbeknownst to anyone, but it's Nautilus.
I mean, Nautilus is probably the best Kaiser pairing.
In lane, yeah, but I think the Braum is still much stronger for the team composition against Feathers and against Ornn. So once again, passing up a really good opportunity to go for they could have even counterpicked with Jungler here, which, yeah, I think would have been a really good option. I think the Taliyah jungle actually looked kind of tasty in this game, but instead we are going to another Rel jungle game, actually the first of the day, and Nautilus against Alistar, the classic bot lane matchup for the VCS. Where's the Leona? We need the trifecta of supports, but as long as Leona can't be picked, I think Alistar Nautilus has to suffice.
Yeah, and I feel like we've been seeing a lot of decent Alistar performances over the course of playoffs, but in game 1, we talked a lot about mid and bot. Same for game 2. Game 3, I really want to be focusing on top lane because I think Saigon Buffalo have figured out the main weakness of Team Wales, which is if you ban away the Jax and the Cassante and you pick up Renekton, Sparta doesn't have a champion pool anymore. And I think that's what they abused in game 2. And that's what they're going to look to abuse here in game 3 by forcing him to go on the own, which is a champion that Sparta is comfortable with, but not necessarily one of the stronger champions in the meta.
So let's look at the map and go into the game. Apologies for that. That was a horrible transition. But we have a lot of stakes here in this game number 3. There's a lot of going on with momentum, coming into the rest of this best of 5. Getting the upper hand, getting to match point in this elimination match, it's always a huge deal. Game number 3, most consistently the highest stakes game in a best of 5, I'd say, because it's always super important. So, Saigon Buffalo, after winning game number 2, back to Red Side. Red Side has been more successful for this team in the playoffs in general. Only lost 2 games on the Red Side so far, but they kind of looked a little bit lost in game number 1. And the Jays also really didn't work for Blazers, so I don't know, if I had to predict this game, I would probably say Team Wales, just by virtue of them going back to comfort. But it's a tricky one.
And it's going to be one of those games that I think probably comes down to those early phases we've spoken about. You know, that big win condition for Team Wales. Can Glory get ahead? Well, we will be finding out. No rel for the side of Team Wales this time around. That has been locked in by Guri, and we're seeing both junglers starting on the top side of the map.
A lot of assistance from the top laners, interestingly enough. Really think Rel needs that, but it's always nice to see, for the jungler at least. But this top lane matchup, I mean, you think we should focus on top lane, but then again, this matchup is utterly boring. So if nothing happens in the top lane, I think the most action can be expected in the mid lane. Glory and BeanJ didn't really push Jace in game number 1 in the early game, but they still came together to dominate the game later on. But I would still like to see a little bit more set plays in the mid lane. Blow Blazes Flash, put a lot of pressure on him when Ari gets to level 6, because it's such an easy way to punish the mid laner. And we saw what happens when Jace gets behind last game against Lucian. He kind of becomes a non-factor in the game.
And in game 1 as well against Glory on the Ari. And now Guri looking towards this mid lane, hoping that maybe Glory steps a bit too far forward. And Guri's just going to have a bit of a ride by, I guess you could say.
Yeah, very...
Still the cannon?
No, he tried to stun Glory there across the minion. Now, oh, they have the invade. They have the bot push. Can Guri land the smite?
Coming. BeanJ. Oh, Guri mistimes the smite. BeanJ gets the smite regardless and able to actually make his way out alive.
I believe Guri didn't have smite. There was BeanJ's. But I'm not entirely sure. We need to see the replay.
I saw it go down to about 20 health, and then an auto or something came through, so I figured it was Guri smiting it.
Fortunately, we are looking at the Sepia Rift right now with this pause. Maybe someone thought there was something fishy about the smite there. We obviously have no idea what's going on. So
is that what that color filter is called, Sepia? I thought that was more of a black and white.
No, that's not black and white.
I never use color filters. I'm just picture done.
You know what black and white looks like, right? It's black and white in scales of grey. Not brown.
Okay. I mean, what is brown? It's just a type of grey at the end of the day, right?
No, it's not.
Was that not grey? Was that brown? I don't know.
Grey is just shades between black and white. It has no color.
Oh,
brown is all colors combined.
Grey's the screen that I see whenever I play League, right?
Exactly.
Okay, right. I thought that's what we saw. Okay. Anyway, how
often did you die before this cast? You played a game of League, I know.
I did. I played Nautilus. I died. So, okay, this is going to sound really bad.
Double digits. It's going to be double digits. Place your bets.
I think it was 10 times.
Yeah, of course.
But I was like 210, 20 something. It was a very long game, 40 minutes. And it was one of those games where everyone was dying repeatedly. It was interesting. It was
And
fun, actually.
coming at you were complaining about like a 20 kill Akali on the other side, right?
Yeah, there was a 25 and 10 Akali or something. 10 deaths. So everyone died a lot. But I won our team the game. As I do. You know, some amazing engages, some amazing peels. I think we're going to be seeing some fantastic peels from Slay and B as well in this game. I'm looking to see as well if that Vi can have the same kind of impact that it did have in game number 1.
It almost cost them the game. I'm still.
It did.
Vi is such a weird champion. It's always so interesting to look at the history of League, because when you go back to like season 6, season 7, there were these champions, these really single-minded champions that never ever showed up in pro play. Vi is one of them. She was always super strong in
Solo queue.
solo queue, or for a long time, as we go back onto the Rift. Apparently the issue is resolved. If you have any information about the issue, please post it in chat, so we can maybe come back to that. But yeah, we're back on the Rift. 3 minutes in, nothing really has happened. Finish the point, stuff like Leona, she wasn't played for such a long time. Everyone thought she was just not viable in pro play, not flexible enough, too straightforward, too easy to counterplay. And then the shift happened, and nowadays these kind of champions are actually stable. So they come back all the time. The Vi, the Leona, the Nautilus, Renekton was always kind of a strong pick, but you know what I mean, right? So
yeah.
It's always interesting to look back at those times where champions like Vi were just considered unplayable in pro play because it was too easy to counter what they're doing.
I can't wait for season 14, you'll wait, when the meta is at Teemo and Yi. That is going to be the greatest meta of all time. Slay stepping forward, but BJ is here. But so is Guri. A 3v2 will become a 3v3. Slay is burning. He's low. Catch forward. Great stun
Slay,
from
why?
Guri. Now the turnaround. Slay is low, but he's somehow still alive. Artemis is burning down. Flash forward. Shogun gets first blood. Slay is still hovering around. It's a kill in return for Team Wales. They get Shogun, and now they're looking for Guri. BJ will be claiming the kill.
Well, if you give 2 kills to the Vi in the early game, she can be a little bit of a menace later on. We've seen Vi deal insane damage even in the late game. A game from I believe Inspired comes to mind, where you just soloed the ADC. Slay is
Slay, you madman!
Playing with fire, as unfortunately we have another pause and a solo kill in the top lane.
Oh. Goodbye, Spider. Both flashes have been burnt, and Coated, again, having another very good laning phase against the Team Wales top laner.
He's in a curious position for a solo kill. Looked like a little bit of a chase around the top lane river area was going on there between the two top laners. Was actually on with a push there, so Renekton punishing, maybe on overstepping, getting tower shot. It's probably what I'm gonna bet on.
Maybe a freeze from Coated, potentially.
Freezing on Renekton is always a little awkward because you can't heal with a Q, but maybe he set something like that up. He's definitely playing better than in game 1, where he started the game on 0-6 in Renekton. And yeah, the last 2 games just went back to Renekton and said, yeah, okay, game 1 was a little bit of a blip. I'm gonna play better here. And yeah, so far he has delivered for his team.
Maybe. We talked about how Saigon Buffalo have been pinching away Sparta's champion pool, forcing him to play something that's either not meta or that he's uncomfortable with. Maybe Team Wales just need to say, look, let's just ban this Renekton, or pick it themselves. You know, put a bit of extra priority on this Renekton in the top lane, because this could be, you know, their Achilles heel.
There are so many options for potential Achilles heels. I'm not sure how many legs all these teams have, because apparently...
Yeah. They're octopi.
Yeah, that's definitely. I believe... Oh, we have footage of the solo kill. Let's get there.
Quick transition. I feel like this is the end of the solo kill.
Yeah. So it was just a chase and a little bit of an overstep from On, and Renekton saw the right opportunity to attack. As you can see, the broadcast is currently paused as well on their side. We are not entirely sure what's going on. Some technical difficulties in the game. Hopefully to be soon, so we can continue with the series. I mean,
Yeah.
there's a lot. There are a lot of questions in this game, and
Mm,
my eyes, I think, I'm most focused on the mid jungle from Wales because
of
Vi
course.
Ari worked in game number 1, and both players played really well. Glory won the whole game with amazingly timed CC in the late game, and the Vi actually followed up perfectly and exposed Shogun. But it was also really dicey in some of the team fights. Remember when they went over the wall and, yeah, Saigon Buffalo just counterplayed, peeled back from the Vi, isolated her from her team. So it's it's always a super risky feast or famine kind of approach to overdive with Vi and Ari. If the enemy team finds a good way to avoid the dive, then suddenly you're in big, big trouble. So I feel like if Vi and Ari win this game again, Wales is probably very, very confident for the rest of the series because just the way these two champions play, you have to go for plays. You have to be aggressive. You have to be assertive. You have to go for dives and so on. So if you win with this style, it gives you this extra feeling of power. Compared to something where you just team fight at 40 minutes and just kite back and luckily make out the win. So I feel like this is a very crucial game. Obviously, it's game number 3, so one of the teams is going to move to game point, but even more so for Team Wales.
Yeah. And again, we know how strong the mid jungle is for Team Wales. I mean, we talked about it in the pre-show as well, just how good the jungle talent is here in the VCS. I'm just trying to think because Blazes, I feel, has been one of the more coin flippy mid laners this play. We've seen some very good performance from him. Again, that Lucian game from game 2 of this series comes to mind, but we've also seen some bad performances from him. I think about his Azir games actually against Team Flash, which almost cost Saigon Buffalo the series 1 week ago. And again, it comes down to Glory and B&J, this mid-jungle 2v2 against what can Blazes do. And I feel like for Saigon Buffalo, it's less about Blazes and Guri and more just about Blazes.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from, but I would push back against that a bit because in the last game we actually saw amazing synergy, right? Um,
Absolutely.
Guri took a little bit of a step back. He didn't go like the typical BeanJ playstyle is BeanJ being the one directing the plays in the mid jungle and Froggy following up. Now, of course, he has a different mid laner now, so it's not quite as fluid as with Froggy, where Froggy was giving up CS. He was playing stuff like Vex and Galio to really be there for BeanJ to follow up on his hacker invades and so on. Blazes or Glory, I should say, is definitely not going to follow into the same footsteps there. He's going to play a little bit more selfishly. But on the other side, for Guri and Blazes, it seems like Guri is actually very flexible with his playstyle. He can play the Ivan and be the supportive one, be the one that just gives Blazes a little bit more extra power to push him over the edge to protect him in teamfights. But we've also seen him be amazing on Gragas and Talia. So maybe
Yeah.
Guri is just the more flexible of the two former Saigon Buffalo junglers.
Interesting. I don't know. I'd just maybe say BJ, we've seen him on a lot of more carry style junglers in the past. This split being on a lot of tanks because I guess that is the meta at the end of the day. A lot of Sejuani, a lot of Maokai, a lot of Rel. We actually haven't seen BJ really play the Rel himself this split. It's always been a case of the Rel going into the hands of B in the support role. I don't think we have any real update on this pause, so we'll probably give it another minute. Otherwise, we will throw into a pause of our own until the VCS sorts out whatever it is. I have a feeling it might be to do with this top side of the map because I don't know if it was coated stunning Sparta down, but he seemed to be stationary for quite a while, and I'm wondering if there was an issue of some sort related to that play.
Yeah, apparently it looked a little bit laggy, his movement. Now, that could also be spectator, so I wouldn't read too much into it. It's also on as a little bit of a clunky champ to begin with, so a little bit too much conjecture to be sure, but yeah, who knows? Maybe there's some connectivity issues. Can also always happen. Body connections, unfortunately, something we have to live with, even though they're playing on stage.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to throw it to a little bit of a tech break. Unfortunately, there are some issues, and we're gonna be back right the moment they come back onto the Rift. So stay tuned for game number 3. It's an all-important third game. We're like 5 minutes into the game, and it's already getting spicy. So expect a lot of action to follow. Well, that was a rather short little break. Here we are again. We are back onto the Rift. 5 minutes in, 2-2 in kills to catch you up. And who knows? Maybe the tech issues are resolved. Maybe they decided that the tech issues weren't actually tech issues. And the solo kill stands for Coated. So he's off to a great start yet again.
And I think we are... Have they resumed play on the Rift yet? Or are they just getting ready to head on in?
Oh, I am so stupid. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't actually show the game. That is on me. I was looking at the game on my screen, but not on...
Here comes B from behind. Goodbye, Shogun. No flash, no heal. Bopped around. Artemis takes the kill.
Ah, finally, some Artemis power here in the bot lane. He had some pretty weak games in game number 1 and game number 2 against Shogun, but finally draws a little bit of blood against his biggest rival in the VCS.
And I believe a tower plate was picked up for the Wales duo in the bottom lane. They'll catch the wave, get the wave on the tower, and reset.
And this is now the first time that Artemis has a sizable, or at least a decent, advantage in terms of CS. And it comes with Zarya. So maybe it's not so much about the players, it's just this champion that dominates everything. There's a reason why both teams prioritize this ADC so much. She's so strong.
I'm going to be honest, I don't think it's more about the champion. I think it's more about the fact that BJ's ganked twice in the bottom lane.
That could be one of the contributing factors as well, yeah.
Also, Shogun starting with a Cull, a little bit less lane presence on the Kai'Sa.
He really likes to do the Cull start, which actually makes a lot of sense if you think about how Saigon Buffalo has played out the 8 to, let's say, 14-minute situations. A lot of isolated time for Shogun in the last 2 games. They let him just stay in lane and go for tower plates quite a bit, definitely more than the other side of the Rift today, as Blazes has a lot of burst damage. Oh.
A lot of burst damage, not a lot of mana left. Glory missing the charm, and Blazes taking full opportunity of a window to engage. And while Slay is roaming around the map, be just zoning Shogun as far away as possible from this minion wave.
They leave him alone in lane, but most of the time they leave him completely isolated. This time he's alone in lane, but unfortunately there's still 2 enemies, so he can't actually play the game. A little unfortunate for the side of Shogun. Slay finally makes his way back to the side of his ADC, and now they should be. They're probably confined to their tower for now because the enemy combo is just so much stronger. If you look at the items, if you look at the potential, the CC setup for Alistar into the Feather Pool, it's a bit too scary for Shogun to really do anything. So I feel like this game, okay, Slay does not agree with me, but for the most part, this bot lane should just be a farm fest.
Got to fish for the hooks. You never know what can happen. BJ picking up his red buff and making his way to the top side of the map. Some very nice deep wards placed by Saigon Buffalo into Wales' jungle, which will be spotting out BJ at pretty much every turn.
Yep. Again, pinging out the Herald approach. Blazes is dominating this mid lane matchup, which once again, I kind of have to question why BJ is not putting more pressure on the mid lane. Now, he does have, he did find some really successful bot lane ganks, so you can't really blame him for that, but still, I feel like the Vi-Ahri combo, especially before level 6, you should be able to blow a flash and then really put so much pressure on the middle of the map. Instead, now Blaze is actually the stronger of the two mid laners. Can Saigon Buffalo find the engage around this Herald?
Well, they find the knock-up onto Coated, and once again, it's 3 members of Team Wales. Artemis is topside out of nowhere, picks up another kill for Team Wales. Very good flash at the last second, avoids the charm from Glory, and another potential kill for the side of Wales as Glory's making his way under his tower. Oh, and that flash hook from Slay could have been absolutely devastating for Team Wales.
Exhibit D. I'd like to introduce you to Exhibit D. Yeah, Slay, I don't know. Where's Braum? Where's Lulu? You can't really do much wrong there. But unfortunately, he is trying to go for plays, and all of them just hurt me. In the end, it's a really big advantage for Team Wales now. Not so much in gold, but in terms of lane setup and map position.
Oh no.
And Coated, oh no. But Slay's here. This could be dangerous.
Slay is here as well. There's a lot of knockups. There's a lot of damage on it to Coated. Coated is going to be falling. Slay might fall as well. He flashes over. Artemis flashes over in pursuit. Just needs one more auto. Gets it. Blazes is here. B over the wall. Blaze is forced to flash defensively over the Baron pit, will be able to survive. Team Wales get another kill, and it is yet another kill for Artemis on this Xayah.
Team Wales is just a different team with this mid-jungle duo. So aggressive, they know exactly what to go for, they know exactly how to chain their CC. Artemis looks revitalized after getting completely annihilated in laning phase. I don't think there's enough damage to do anything here for Saigon Buffalo. But yeah, Wales running away with this early game, and so many good plays between especially BJ and Artemis to get a huge early advantage.
But I think this is a very surprising game, not just for Saigon Buffalo, but for us watching this, because we talked about, again, Glory BJ being that win condition. It's no longer that. This is Team Wales saying, look, we don't need to play around mid. We can play around our bot lane too. Hell, we have Artemis, one of, the best ADCs in the league. They've put a lot of gold into him. He's very far ahead. Now, can he deliver on those resources?
Yeah, and Xayah definitely the strongest ADC so far in this series. 1 win, 1 loss, okay, but still 2 very dominant, now 3 very dominant early game laning performances. And Blazes is in a lot of trouble.
A lot of damage from Glory. Is there enough Spirit Rush available? But Guri shows up, and Glory forced to back out of the play.
This Jace pick is betraying its team, their team, whatever, for both sides so far. Jace 0-2 and looking like it's gonna lose another game, so are we still going for the Jace? Oh, Slay, please.
Slay, these dredge lines have been very, very questionable. You're making them look like pie cooks.
Yeah, and unfortunately that could have been a big shutdown there on the Vi. 450 gold into the pockets of Shogun would have been a blessing, but he just walks away, BJ that is, and full control for Wales, and here we go again. Glory.
Into a beautiful flash charm. No flash available for Blazes. Glory, does he have enough damage? No, he can't. Can't find the kill, and the W procs will not land onto Blazes either, who will be able to survive and doesn't lose any summoners. Rift Herald being dropped down 3v2 in the mid lane. There's going to be some nice plates going into the way of Glory, into the way of Artemis. Very nice charm. Blade Caller, and down goes the Nautilus. B tanking up so much damage, but in comes Shogun with a killer instinct to pull a kill back for the side of Saigon Buffalo.
Bounce house for the side of Saigon Buffalo, and Team Wales barely makes it out with just 1 casualty. Of course, they have one of the tankiest champs in the game at this point, in Alistair with an ultimate. Still a kill donated to Shogun, and he gets a stack of his whatever legend rune he went for, because if went for it. But yeah, he got the Rift Hold last hit, so that's usually pretty nice in the early game, especially if you're behind on an ADC. But full map control still for Team Wales. They're only 1k gold up, surprisingly, but a lot of the power is on Vi, which, if you think back to game number 1, is actually a little bit scary, because if he ever travels too far and the enemy team can shut her down, focus her down, then maybe there's an opportunity to come back into the game for Saigon Buffalo.
I'd like to see what the goal difference is right now between Shogun and Artemis, because I don't think Artemis is actually as far ahead as we might have expected, considering that BJ has 3 kills and Shogun was able to get that kill in mid lane and actually has a CS advantage over Artemis as well.
It's probably about like 600 or something, I'd expect. So not too much. And with these two ADCs, Coated chose the wrong moment.
BJ has just been ganking in every single lane. This is a masterful performance from the former Saigon Buffalo jungler.
Yeah, he's really showing Guri who's boss in the jungle matchup. His replacement jungler is not keeping up with the ganking, and both are playing really heavy ganking junglers. But to be honest, you can't really blame Guri too much because he has had to babysit Blazers to just not die in this mid lane matchup ever since like 2, 3, 4 minutes ago. So there's no time for him to create anything. He just has to help Blazers out, and side lanes are suffering.
And you could really see Coted's face when he went for the play onto Spada and then BJ showed up. It had the face of, you know, the solo queue experience definitely coming in. Why am I being the one being camped? It's like, Coted, you've been ganked one time, buddy. You're not being camped. Everyone's being camped this game.
I mean, it's not actually too bad, I think, for the kill to go over to Vi, because if she gets a little bit tankier, she can really contribute a lot of damage to the game as well. I'm a little bit worried about Spada's itemization, because he went for the usual build into Renekton, which is very lane focused, but has the issue that you're delaying your mythic item for a really long time. And On, of course, gets a free upgrade at level 13. If you don't have a mythic item by level 13, you kind of played yourself on this champion, because that's a free 1000 gold worth of stats that you're foregoing for what exactly? For still losing the lane? So I'm a little bit worried about Spada. He needs to get a decent chunk of gold in the next 10 minutes to keep up with this natural scaling on the On.
20 CS down on Coated at the moment. But BJ, very strong. Second trick of the game has been picked up. The first for the side of Team Wellesley, making his way up towards the top side, just getting some deep vision down. Second Rift Herald of the game is now available. And it is what Team Wales will be eyeing up.
Slightly overstaying his welcome there, but of course he has the spider not ability to just hook himself to a plant and then walk away. Look at this map assignment from Saigon Buffalo. They're still really strong in this part of the game, I feel like. They've shown us glimpses of their understanding of map assignments and how to rotate in the mid game. And to me, they've looked like the better team when it comes to those aspects of the game. Especially in game number 1, they actually looked on top of Wales for the whole time, and then they just lost teamfight after teamfight. But in this game, to claw their way back into more sustainable position, into better item power spikes, maybe that could be the key for Saigon Buffalo to turn it around.
Guri just hanging around this mid lane as Wales get the mid lane wave pushed in. They have a Rift Herald available. Coated, though, being spotted out by BJ. BJ is very strong. So much damage in the feathers. Seal the deal for the Saigon Buffalo top lane. Another kill for the side of Team Wales. And that Rift Herald can easily be placed in the top lane, and first tower can be picked up by the Wales.
Yeah, Coated looked at his score at 3 minutes in the game, was like, wait, I'm 1-0? That is way too good a score. I need to keep up with my other Renekton games. Now he's 1-4.
Don't do him like that.
I mean, come on.
What
is he doing? What is he doing?
Sure, but the other times, my man got ganked. He got dived. Like, he can't do much about that.
The other time, he just went for a solo kill when he had no information on where BJ was and got counter-ganked and died. So, a little bit of a sloppy performance from Coated, I'd say. Too over-aggressive. It feels a little bit tilty to me. Like, why would you go for the fight there against the Vi when you know the Vi is insanely far ahead? The Vi would have solo killed him there, no problem. And
Shogun needs to be careful. I thought BJ was going to tower dive for a second, but that would have been very, very crazy, especially considering Shogun has Flash and Heal available. Rift Tower drop down. Tower gold goes into the pockets of Artemis.
Now Team Wales is really starting to accelerate their gold lead and also the map position with the mid outer tower going down. A little bit of a weird glitch. Map is just missing the tower. But this opens up the Dragon Snowball so much more for the side of Wales. They only have one dragon, and Ocean Soul, I mean, it's great in the late game for the two tanks and even for Vi, but it takes so long to get there, and then it's kind of outpaced by just the item spikes and the damage anyway. So definitely not the best dragon they could have rolled. Infernal Drake here would have been really, really strong. Mountain Dragon as well, just for so much power in the mid-game, so many more stats compared to an Ocean Dragon, which, especially at 18 minutes, really doesn't add anything. So, a little unfortunate for Wales. They probably want to focus on the Baron a little bit more in 10 minutes time, because the Baron can advance the game much better than the Ocean Dragon.
Glory hovering up towards this top side of the map. Sparta forced to back away. We will have that Baron up in just over a minute. And with Artemis as strong as he is on the Xayah, they can really shred through this Baron. Both sides actually proxy farming the Wave. Shogun catching Team Wales's wave just as it passes the outer tower, and Wales invading into Saigon Buffalo's bot side jungle as they look to pick up an inner tower.
Just slipping away for Saigon Buffalo. Team Wales really keeping up the pressure and just going for lane after lane, pushing in the waves, getting the towers on the way out. And now the dragon is so far away from friendly territory for Saigon Buffalo that should really just be a free objective for the next, I mean, even 3 dragons. I think even in 3 dragons time, it's going to be hard for Saigon Buffalo to contest. So, yeah, Team Wales playing a very solid game so far. And, yeah, they're going to lose mid-tier 1, which is a little unfortunate, but in the end, it probably doesn't do too much.
Saigon Buffalo need to reset now, because if they don't, there is no way that they can contest this Drake. I don't think they'll be able to. Instead, they're going for the play right now, but Team Wales have already just made their reset. Call of the Forge God has been used. Teleport comes through from Godin, but he dies as soon as he arrives. It's the death call from Saigon Buffalo. BJ over the wall looking for the engage. The charm lands onto Blazes. Team Wales are looking to accelerate their goal lead even further. They get the 1 kill. They're going to back away and look towards Baron Nashor.
BJ's timing on the Q is insane this series. His control of the CC chains on this Vi is so amazing. Now in Game 1 and Game 3, gets the insta-CC on the Renekton. This is a little bit dangerous, a little dicey.
Artemis a little bit low. Great charm onto Blazes Slay. Lands a hook onto BJ, but knocked away Shogun. Killer Instincts in. Gets the shutdown onto BJ. Artemis still throwing out the feathers. A 1-for-1. A jungler for mid lane. A Team Wales on the back foot. Great dredge line lands. Good charm from Glory, but it's not enough. Sparta flashing over the wall. Artemis trying to heal up. Voidseeker tanked by Glory so that Sparta wouldn't potentially get taken into kill range. And now Saigon Buffalo are starting up the Baron themselves.
So impressed with Glory and BJ on these champions. Glory just tanked 2 crucial Void Seekers there. One for his ADC, one for his top laner to keep them healthy. Now this Baron is a little bit of a Hail Mary from SGB. Can they do it?
There is no jungler. The Baron has been secured. Quoted, just destroyed once again, but it's a win for Saigon Buffalo. They've got the objective. They've stopped Team Wales from snowballing this game. Sure, Slay will get caught by the charm and will get taken down, but it is still Baron on 3 members of the Buffaloes.
Well, I think the Athletic World Championship is over, unfortunately for Coated, because he would have won every sprinting competition. That is some insane performance in this game.
Oh my god. For any Coated fans out there, we do apologize.
No, we do not apologize. How are you a Coated fan? How?
How are you a Coated fan? Look, I'll be honest. There are people who like support some really bad football teams out there, so Coated is not as bad as like a League 2 football team.
At least you can argue they have like the local scene there. Coated is just... He's 1-6 again! Milky, how? He started the game with a solo kill in top lane. He's 1-6 now. How? How did he manage to do that?
You summoned the 1-6 storyline. Oh no, he might be going 1-7. Slides away through. It's only Sparta. Coated's not scared of Sparta. He's just scared of everyone else from the side of Team Wales. BJ, I thought he was going to go over the wall for a second. To be fair, it's only a 2,000 goal lead for Team Wales. It's not devastating, and Shogun has been playing really well lately as BJ forced away. Team Wales will be able to get the inner tower.
Yeah, it's a little confusing where the gold is right now. If you look at the items, it doesn't look like only a 2k gold deficit. I guess the jungle is actually closer than expected with a 5-1 Vi. You would expect her to be really far ahead, but if you look at the items, Guri is actually in a decent state for this, this late into the game.
The gold advantage is just in the jungle as Team Wales looking for a play. Shogun is so good, but he's just not good enough. There's too much CC coming through. Shut down for Glory, and another kill for Team Wales as they charge on into the inhibitor tower.
someone needs to go to Saigon Buffaloes after this game and just say, when the enemy team has 2 towers in mid lane, and you don't know where they are, and they have Vi and Ari, you will never show on a wave alone. Just don't. They have thrown like 2 games in this series by just being lazy. This is such a basic thing. Just don't walk alone at the mid wave when everyone... Did you see where everyone was on Saigon Buffalo? One was pushing down the top lane, one was in the jungle, chilling over there. Slay was putting out some vision, and Shogun just wandered into the mid lane, overextended and got picked on, rightfully so. Really nice punish from Wales, but this is such an easily preventable mistake from the Saigon Buffalo side, and all their momentum swings back to Team Wales.
And now a 3k goal lead. We've got another Drake in just under 3 minutes time. And that goal is starting to become a little bit more prominent. 7 stacks on the Dark Seal for Glory. We'll see whether he upgrades that into a Medjais and almost a 4th item completed for Artemis, which is going to be a very scary Xayah prospect. But when we do see these team fights, you do still see Shogun finding damage. We saw that fight around the Baron. Somehow Shogun found enough damage to be able to get kills and win his team the fight. We'll see whether they can find another fight similar to that in one of the upcoming fights.
It's much harder for him to play this game against the Vi than compared to the Xayah game for obvious reasons.
Yes.
Xayah can just always press ultimate to be fine, but this Kai'Sa, she deals really good damage on auto attacks, but she really needs to get going. She needs to stack those auto attacks. She needs to actually stack up all her on-hit effects and so on, and then she can be the hyper carry, but it's not as easy as just putting out some feathers, getting the quick feather pull, then kiting back with the ult, getting another feather call set up. So, it's a much harder game to play for Shogun. The potential is there for him to carry the late game, but I feel like it's a much lower percentage chance than the fat Xayah in game number 1, where he really looked like he could put a wrench in the gears of Team Wales.
Team Wales just waiting in the bushes, hoping that someone from Saigon Buffalo steps up, and in the end they think, oh, maybe we can find Blazes, who is forced to flash as soon as he sees 4 members of Team Wales coming through from nowhere.
What do you expect, Blazes? Like, you know they're somewhere in the jungle, right? You have no vision whatsoever. They have nothing to do. There's no objective on the map. Why would you walk out in the lane? It's so lazy. This is...
to be fair,
such an
they were waiting
problem
there for about 20 seconds, and Saigon Buffalo might have thought, you know what? They've probably backed by now, but no, they haven't. It's like a horror story when you're like, is the monster gone? You peek out, and the monster's just there staring at you as you peek out from behind the bed.
Yeah, but most of the time the monster is just gonna get bored and do something else, but there was literally nothing else for the monster to do in this case, so the chances of the monster staying there and just chilling and waiting were much higher, so I would say Blazes, once again, showing this problem for Saigon Buffalo. It's a peculiar problem to have team-wide, just to not be aware where the enemy team might be. It's about engage ranges, it's about potential for champions, and scary.
Dredge line on to BJ, very scary, and Slay backs away, one of those kind of Nautilus moments where you think as soon as you throw the Q, I maybe shouldn't have done that one.
Saigon Buffalo, I'm not sure if they ever want to engage again in this game. I think the only way out is once again trying to force BJ too far away from his team. Try to make BJ look tasty for BJ, and then he overextends with the ultimate, but Slay wants to go in.
Another dredge line comes through, Slay down to half health, and down goes the support. Call of the Forge God finds a 2-man knock-up, cease and desist onto the backline, and locked down by the Emperor. Shogun goes golden, but he's going to die as soon as he comes out of
he's alive.
Great killer instinct over the wall. He's running for his life, but he will surely die. How is he still alive? But eventually he will fall. Team Wales get 3 kills. They lose no members, and they're going to end this one down the mid lane.
Wow. The difference between Kai'Sa and Xayah in this game was exemplary. I think we definitely see why these teams prioritize Xayah. Not only are both of these ADCs individually really good on this champion, but it just shuts down so many of these dive compositions we've seen over the course of this series, especially in Team Wales. 3 blue side games, so now Saigon Buffalo can go back to blue side. Maybe go 5 games today, but Wales go to match point. After disappointing game 2, they strike back.
And I've really been enjoying this series because I feel like there's been a different standout player in every game. Game 1, it felt like it was the Glory Show. Game 2, it felt like it was the Blazes Show. Game 3, it's felt like it's been the BJ Show. Absolutely incredible performance on the Vi. Around the mid game, maybe a little bit more shaky, but he had so much presence in every single lane. It was literally the dream jungler performance.
Both of these junglers really impressing me, and Saigon Buffalo somehow found both of these junglers, but now they're maybe playing with the worst of the two, at least on the Vi. BJ is just really impressive. I feel like his understanding of CC is one of the best I've seen on Vi. Just understanding of timing when he has to go in to shut down enemy movement spells, especially against the Xayah, was even more impressive. But in this game as well, into the Jace, into the Renekton TP, his timing was perfect. He was exactly at the right second when Renekton tried to go away from his TP spot because it was a little too aggressive. Vi was there, shut him down, Renekton went down instantly. So yeah, just a super impressive performance. Once again, Vi Ahri is too much of a problem, it looks like.
We'll see whether Wales want to be banning away either the Vi or the Ahri, maybe looking to take away that Xayah as well from Artemis. But I do believe with that, we are going to be heading on into a break. Team Wales 2-1 up on Saigon Buffalo and are at match point. Howdy, 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 folks. 2-1 to Team Wales is the current scoreline against Saigon Buffalo as they're at the precipice of advancing to the next stage of the lower bracket against Team Secret for that final spot at Worlds. And a good showing as well, a very good showing from Team Wales in Game 3, really making up for Game 2, which was an entire Saigon Buffalo show.
Yeah, very dominant game. I like the proactivity that has finally come into the series. Game number 1 was very shaky at that front. We saw a lot of proactivity from Wales, but not well executed. Now it's much better in this game, number 3. Yeah. Once again, an amazing VI performance. I saw that the VETV or whatever, the VCS, I would say, gave the MVP to BJ, and I would definitely agree with that after that game. I think game 1 was more Glory being amazing with the CC. This time was BJ. And if they can get the Vi Ari on red side again, maybe it's just their ticket to Worlds.
Maybe that is the way that they make it to Worlds. Of course, after if they beat Saigon Buffalo, they have to face off against Team Secret as well. And we saw Team Secret against Team Wales earlier on in the playoff, and that was an absolute banger of a series. Team Secret coming out on top, winning that one 3-2. But we are getting ready to head on into picks and bans. We've spoken a little bit about Glory and BJ, that Ari and Vi two-man unit. Also, we've mentioned a little bit about Sparta's champion pool not being particularly big, opted for going for more of a comfort pick on Ornn rather than the Rumble. It seemed to work a little bit better for him.
I don't know if you can say that.
Compensated by his team, to be fair.
Definitely also aided by Coated just completely losing his mind and just running it down repeatedly after solo killing him in lane. The Ornn finished the game without a single Ornn item upgrade, I believe, so not entirely sure how much success you can attribute to this champion in particular. Maybe a Cyan would have been more helpful, but I mean, in the end, he hit some nice engages with the ultimate, and he didn't die more than once in lane, which I guess is good, but
that's a plus.
I expect a little bit more from Nagia and no Sparta, I have to say.
The final thing is looking towards the ADC pool. Xayah has looked like the best ADC so far. Yes, Artemis did look good on the Kai'Sa in game 1, but on the Xayah in game 3 with a few resources towards him, it looked fantastic. So now the question is, if you're Team Wales, what do you want to prioritize? Also, the fact that we're probably not going to be seeing Team Wales on blue side for this game. Are they looking to prioritize the Rel? Are they looking to prioritize the RE5? Do they want the Xayah? Where did they go?
I think Xayah ban could actually be really a big possibility for this team. Yeah, you have to give up one of the bans, but I feel like Xayah has more impact than any of the standard meta bans right now. So get rid of Xayah, and this also opens up a much easier Ari Vi combo, right? Because they struggle into Xayah, both of these champions, even though they showed us how they can circumvent these struggles in game number 1. It has to be timed to perfection to make it work, and that is not going to be the most consistent play ever. So it was much easier for them to get on top of Kai'Sa in this game number 3. So I kind of want to see a little bit more ban priority on the Xayah, because it doesn't really make sense to just give it up for first pick. If you know that it's the strongest champion, just ban it away. And go from there. So let's see if Wales is going to do that. If Saigon Buffalo even wants to go for Xayah first pick. We've also seen them go for the Rel first pick in game number 1, I believe. So Rel hasn't really done much for them so far. I'm not sure if the Rel priority is warranted. I think the Ivern looked much better for this team. But in the end, they also have to consider their scrim records, their comfort. And maybe it's just, okay, we lost, but we still have to go for these champions because it's just our best play. And just hope for a better performance in-game.
To be fair, I thought the Rel was quite good from B in game 1. There were some really nice engages, one of which was that chain CC onto Shogun that determined the fate of the opening game of this series. I'm just looking towards some of the bans that we've been seeing. A lot of Tristana being banned from whoever's on red side, and then from Team Wales in particular, banning away the Nocturne in both games.
Yeah, both of these champions are scary. I think Tristana stays on the ban list because she's just too strong of a champion. The Nocturne, I think at this point you should probably just keep banning it as well, because it's a bit too scary to give Guri's favorite champion over and then losing the game and stumbling into game 5. So yeah, maybe the Nocturne stays banned as well, but that's only 2 bans. The third could be Xayah, so I think there's still room for the Xayah ban, maybe on third, but who knows if they agree with me.
Yeah, when Wales were on red side, they banned away the Rel, and when Wales have been on blue side, Zygon Buffalo have left that champion open to be picked. We'll see what happens then here for game 4 between Zygon Buffalo and Team Wales.
Yeah, I
Yes,
actually
go
think
on.
the Rel does not have the same value for Saigon Buffalo, because they haven't shown, at least in this series, I know that he played it in earlier the split and earlier in the summer, but they haven't shown so far willingness or even an ability to play it in the support position. And a lot of the power in draft from Rel, yes, she's a super strong champion, but she's even stronger because she can be flexed into 2 positions. But if you only ever play her jungle, she loses this kind of flexibility and extra power that she offers in the draft. So especially against Saigon Buffalo, I feel like the Xayah should be a better ban than the Rel, because Xayah gives Shogun agency in lane, safety in teamfights, good scaling, good control of choke points, so way too many tools for the strongest player on the other side. So I think sacrificing maybe a stronger meta champ in order to pinch the strongest player is a good play here for Wales.
We'll see whether they do take that Xayah away from Zygon Buffalo. We should be getting closer to jumping on in 2 picks and bans. I'm also just looking at some other bans that we've been seeing from Zygon Buffalo, banning away the LeBlanc from Glory. Games 1 and 2 in the first phase, they do not want him to have his LeBlanc, which has, allowed that Ahri to be open for him. Another champion that Glory has been very proficient on this summer season has been the Neeko as well.
I haven't seen much focus on the Neeko. I can't remember it was banned consistently in this series, but
it was banned in game 2, but not in game 1.
So,
oh, actually, it was banned in game 1 as well. Yeah, it's been banned both games.
It's a pretty high priority pick, especially for the VCS, so I expect it to stay among those first few bans. I don't know. Neeko doesn't really strike me as something they should go for. I mean, it also offers engage, but it's a little bit less flexible in terms of going in and out compared to the Ahri. So a bit scarier, but then again also really strong laney phase. So yeah, Neeko could be a fallback option if the Ahri gets banned away. But yeah, I think the extra mobility and flexibility of the Ahri is a little bit more desirable.
Well, Glory has been pulling a lot of bans towards him over the course of the series. We could also talk a little bit about our supports. We've been seeing a lot of Nautilus, Alistair, Rakan. We saw that one Blitzcrank game that I know you weren't a particular fan of your way.
Yeah, I mean, no surprises there. Still think the Rel is underutilized in the support position, especially for Zygon Buffalo, Nope, never mind. That's the caster desk.
You got baited.
The game. Got baited there by the transition, unfortunately. But we should be close to the draft, hopefully. To go back to the support discussion, the Alistair, very high priority in draft so far, and it kind of warranted that priority after the last game. Looked really strong in the hands of Wales, I believe, yeah. So I guess the Alistair stays one of the high priority champs. I think Nautilus is a bit overrated here, especially in the hands of Slay, who didn't seem to be able to hit a single hook. So maybe you try to secure the Alistair for Slay, because he's much more comfortable on the Alistair compared to the Nautilus, and go from there. It's always a bit scary to pick Alistair early, though, because his laning phase is so abysmal. It opens up so many counterpick support champions that usually don't play into the likes of Nautilus. So yeah, the Alistair is a little bit of an interesting fulcrum in the draft discussion, because it opens up counterpicks that usually aren't available. So we're finally into draft, so let's go.
Into draft we go, and again we're seeing the same bans from Zygon Buffalo, banning away the LeBlanc, the Neeko, and the Vywin on blue side. Team Wales, exactly as you wanted, they ban away the Xayah, but that's left the Tristana open to be first pick by the side of Zygon Buffalo.
Leave Tristana open and wanted to make it a little bit weaker by banning away the Ivern as a pairing. That's a choice. I mean, the Ivan looked really strong in Guri's hands, and Guri and Blazes working together to win the team fight in the late game looked like a perfect answer. They're also gonna take the Renekton away from Coated because he was so scary in the last 3 games. You just can't let him have the Renekton again. The 1-7 is just... it's too much to deal with. So now finally, Coated has to go to a different champion, which might be a blessing in disguise.
A very different draft to what we saw in games 1 to 3, and now the rel is open because the Ivan was banned away by the side of Team Wales. They didn't prioritize it. Saigon Buffalo will lock it in for themselves. We'll see whether it's Slay on it once again or whether it will go into the hands of Gurius. Now they're looking for a champion for Coated, and the Cassante is locked in.
This feels like a really high priority draft so far from Saigon Buffalo. They got Tristana, which is usually perma-banned. They got Rel on second rotation. Enemy team didn't take away the Rel. And then now Cassante, a decent matchup in the top lane as well. This is a great opening draft from Saigon Buffalo, and Wales might have missed the mark a little bit. Too much counter picking, not enough picking for their own composition. The Sejuani and Renekton together obviously have a lot of threat on the top lane. But the enemy team actually picked one of the champions that can deny some of that CC chain. So far, I'd say Saigon Buffalo is winning this opening of the draft.
Azir locked in for Glory as well, and you look towards that mid lane between Tristana and Azir should be very Saigon Buffalo favoured, expecting to see a lot of ADCs being banned away, pinching the pools of Artemis and Shogun, but Saigon Buffalo going to ban away the Nautilus from B first.
That's a Neela ban. We saw Shogun pop off really hard on the Neela once in the playoffs, so that's a cool little shout to the Neela. Not sure if he would have gone there, but yeah, takes away that scary champion that no one wants to deal with because no one likes to play with or against her, so no one actually practices the Neela. But this still leaves open some of the late game hyper carry options, which you could fall back on. The Aphelios is still there. Even the Jinx, if you want to go old school, the Kokma we've seen in some other leagues, so there's still a lot to choose from Saigon Buffalo, so they're not really too worried about their ADC champion.
A lot of ADCs still available. Let's see what Team Wales want to pick. They're going to be picking in the support for first. Alistair locked in for B. That means that they can counterpick in the ADC role, which leads me to think that maybe there's something spicy Team Wales have in store for us.
What a surprise. So this would give a player like Taki so many possibilities of support champions. But
give me Rumble support.
Rumble, yeah. I was actually thinking about that one. Aha! Okay,
Ooh.
we finally see the Rel going over to Slay. So they do...
Wait, it's Tristana ADC then, isn't it?
It could be. It could also be... Oh yeah, it has to be.
Yeah. Unless it's Silas support, which I doubt.
Could be a Silas jungle as well, but we haven't seen that in a long time. So yeah, actually Tristana, Shogun likes to play Tristana a lot as well, so makes some sense. It's very good into Kai'Sa, so kind of blocks the Kai'Sa pick from the side of Wales, but this gives them an opportunity to potentially go Sivir here. Because Sivir, Spell Shield, a nice tool into Tristana. You already have the Alistair on your side, so you don't have to worry about the combo hitting you. So I'd say Sivir is quite strong in this position for Wales. Kai'Sa, I'm a bit sketchy, but I think Kai'Sa is a little bit of a bait pick, because Kai'Sa can really get out-traded quite hard by the Tristana E combo, and then Tristana can disengage where Kai'Sa still wants to extend the trade, so not so sure if I agree with the R5. They had some other possibilities here, but wow, Saigon Buffalo crafted a composition that is entirely different from anything we've seen so far.
And it's what we kind of saw with the first few picks. It's a very, very different draft to what we've seen in the first 3 games. We're seeing this Silas being picked up as well. You talked about that Tristana. I just had a quick check. Shogun has 9 games of Tristana across his career. He has actually only won 3 of them, so not had a huge amount of success statistically with this champion, but I'm loving the draft adaptations. And more than anything, I'm really loving how Saigon Buffalo flexed around that Tristana and Rel, because we were talking about how we weren't expecting it to be flexed around, and sure, the Rel did go into the support role, but I think we were expecting that Tristana to go into the hands of Blazes, and maybe Team Wales were expecting that as well.
Yeah, a lot of flexing around, a lot of unexpected picks. Did they actually win the draft through the flexes? I'm not so sure. They now have the Rel into Alistair matchup, which is actually one of the few matchups that Alistair likes. So they had the opportunity to counterpick support and really try to hammer home this bot lane advantage that they've had in some of the games today. Game number 2, they destroyed the enemy bot lane, so there was an opening for that, and I would have loved to see that. And I feel like old Saigon Buffalo teams would have doubled down on the bot lane. Instead, they go for the team fighting approach and give Guri a little bit more power, which I don't hate, but maybe it's the more obscure way to victory.
The weird thing for me as well is I don't like the Tristana flex personally. I like the fact that it was flex, but I think it was better in the mid lane because you got a Tristana into an Azir, a good chance to kind of bully out Glory in the early stages of the game. If you can put Glory behind, things look quite good. I kind of understand the whole idea with Rel. Like, yes, I prefer it in the jungle, but you've got a chance to put Guri onto one of his, VCS famous AP jungle pick, so it makes sense, but still, as you said, I would have liked the Rel to be in the jungle, not counterpicked by the Alistair, and I would like that Tristana to be in the mid lane, and you have that ability to punish Glory on this Azir.
Yeah, and once you have double AP mid jungle, you always have to worry about Merc Tread's value, and then you add on one of the highest CC champions in the game, or most CC abilities champions in the game, on Rel, which makes Mercs even better. So I expect a lot of Mercs on the side of Wales, and that could really give them a huge mid-game advantage. When all the stuns are only half as effective, or technically 65% as effective as they should be, then suddenly you lose a lot of power in that chaining of CC. So I'm really not sure about the last rotations of Saigon Buffalo. But then again, Guri on the Taliyah is something I love to see. Taliyah jungle is one of my favorite champions of all time. So much fun to play, so much fun to watch, very volatile, so much carry potential. So let's see what he can do in potentially his last game of the year.
Oh, wow. That's a good point as well. Also, you kind of mentioned the amount of CC on Rel. Now that I think about it, with the changes, I think Rel is the only champion that has CC on all 4 of her abilities, and it's not soft CC, it's hard CC on every single one.
Nautilus have CC on every ability?
No, W is a soft CC. Oh, sorry, E is only a slow, so I wouldn't call it hard CC, and his W doesn't have any CC on it. His passive does, so he does have 3 CC abilities.
Here's the first gang from B&J. They spotted though. Can they get out of here?
We saw the amount of gangs from B&J flashes forward, forces the flash out of Shogun, and maybe Saigon Buffalo want to turn things around, but that's now a Tristana without a flash, and yes, there is still safety in the rocket jump, but good to get that safety out of the Saigon Buffalo ADC early on.
Is he gonna run around instantly again? No. He was thinking about it. He was actually pinging that way back into the bottom. But it's a bit too scary because Guri has been farming from top to bottom, so he's likely to arrive very soon in the bot lane. Then you have a 2-level disadvantage in the jungle, so I think definitely the better choice to back off there, because if you hit the bot lane again, the enemy jungler shows up at level 4 with full HP and a lot more power, you probably just lose the game there. So I think that's the decent decision there for B&J. Still gets 2 flashes for 1, and off to a great start once again.
Guri just trying to invade into B&J's jungle, but the camps have been taken, and there will be a trade of bot side Scuttlecraft for top side Scuttlecraft, unless Guri can get there very quickly. He's looking for a play onto Glory, 2v1, but B&J's making his way over. Ooh. Blazes does have to be careful. Seismic Shover lands. Glory is low, forced to flash away. Flash forward from Guri. Surely this is the kill onto Glory. He's got the Conqueror fully snagged. Blazes comes in. First blood for the Saigon Buffalo mid laner. B&J pulls one back. Forced to run away as Sparta was making his way down, and Guri decided against potentially giving a second kill over to Team Wellstruck.
That's so unfortunate for Guri. He could have chased down another kill, and that would have accelerated him so much if he gets the kill there on the Sejuani, gets the Scuttlecrab too. So coming to the rescue, Sparta on the Renekton, getting lane control and ensuring that the rest of his team is not inting away the game at level 3. So good work there from the top laner. It's a 1-for-1 trade in kills, but that was spicy. Uh-oh. Speaking of spicy.
Very spicy. More action in the bottom lane. Blazes roaming down before he heads to mid lane. And Artemis and B just about able to survive.
Very good cancel there. B coming to the rescue this time on the side of Wales, and Shogun would have been able to chain W after W, probably chase down 2 kills, and snowball out of control there, but instead B just interrupts the jump, Shogun falls back, and they can't lock down the kill. So all flashes traded. No, actually Artemis just walked away, and still has both of his summoners available.
To getting this wave shoved in under Sparta's tower. Just a 1 kill for both sides, but Saigon Buffalo getting that first blood. Drake has spawned, and Team Wales are making a beeline for it.
That's TP actually used from Blazes. This should put him pretty far behind in the laning phase. He had an opportunity to... Oh, no. Mind
Sparta
Sparta
has Dominus. Coated does not. Trying to get this kill before Coated gets the all-out. We'll just be able to zone him away from the wave, but that wave is going to eventually crash under the tower, and Coated should be able to collect it as Team Wales pick up the Drake.
Using his ultimate there should be fine. It's a pretty low cooldown. Just putting a lot of pressure on Coated. Coated now is really struggling in this matchup. Went for the early heal reduction this time around, so good work there. He knows how pesky that is to play against as Renekton. That was one of the main issues Sparta had on the Rumble game. Now that's another gank setup. Saigon Buffalo is spotted, at least Slay is, and now Guri is as well, so Team Wales should be able to just walk away, play it carefully.
Yeah, Hex Flash from Slayer as he searches for a potential engage. Sparta teleporting right back into the top lane. Coated doesn't have a TP of his own, so just has to take the abuse as Sparta might look to go for the kill, but the all-out is present for Coated, and Sparta will respect it.
Coated spacing against this Renekton doesn't look very well practiced. B!
B just goes in, finds the engage onto Slay. It's a 3v3. Explosive charge does so much work. Another rocket jump from Shogun. Can he get the kill onto B? He can indeed. He'll get the kill onto BJ as well, or at least Guri will. 2 kills for Saigon Buffalo.
Counter engage, trumps engage every single time. This was the only way. Oh, Glory! That's how I got Glory!
He gets it. He'll die for his sins. Meanwhile, engage comes through. Artemis is low, looking for the play onto Shogun. Does not have the killer instinct available. Can't flash over the wall. And both ADCs survive.
Yeah. Speaking of dying for his sins, Shogun should have died for that as well. He just walks away, barely alive. Unfortunately for Artemis, he's not able to chase down the counter kill. But what a bot lane play there. What an amazing counter gank timing from Guri. Reading the play, anticipating...
Okay, Artemis. He's died for his sins.
Yeah, this time this is such a big acceleration now for Shogun, because this matchup is all about burst, being able to burst down the enemy, right? Both champions have the ability to burst the other if they had. Now this Tristana is off to how many kills? 2 kills? Maybe even 3 kills. So it's going to be a difficult lane to play for both of the enemy champions.
I think he's 2-0-2, if I recall correctly. 2-0-1. And a 10 CS lead as well over Artemis. It's a very good start for the Saigon Buffalo ADC. And again, Shogun going with that cold start, so it's going to become very pesky in about 4 minutes' time, as this is the engage from Glory.
Yeah, in the nick of time, Blazes manages to push him under tower, and then Glory... Not the cleanest orb walking there. I feel like he really greeded for the kill. He could have stepped out of tower range. It really looked possible for him to step out of tower range. How did Artemis overextend? He wasn't... Slay, really nice vision play. Look at Slay here. Artemis hugging the wrong wall, I'd say. Why is Artemis not on the bottom side of his lane? Gets punished for mispositioning, even tries to flash away. You're right. He tried.
Maybe he thought they were waiting in the brush. Maybe he thought they were in the brush. I don't know. Either way, Wales now getting this wave shoved under the tower. Coated is here because Saigon Buffalo have lane swapped. There is a Rift Herald ready to be put down by Guri. Nice seismic shove onto Sparta, who's chunked down to below half health. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Artemis says, "Thank you very much. I'll get that kill onto Coated."
Oh man, Coated, can we stop, please? Here we go again.
Sparta's used the Dominus, and Slay decides to engage it. In goes Blazes. Steals away the Emperor's Divide. It's another kill. Shogun takes so much damage, though, from the tower shot. Shutdown picked up by BJ. Lockdown, though, is Glory, and Blazes will survive as well.
One of the most aggressive tower dives we've seen in a long while. Blazes!
Oh!
My heart, Blazes, why?
The kill. His heart's ablaze. Set your heart ablaze, young Midoriya. Rift Herald charges forward, some plates picked up by Guri, but Saigon Buffalo playing with fire right now.
They certainly are. The kill went over to the Sejuani. But Coated, why would you ever... I hate this player.
Out of the tower.
With a passion. No, not even the positioning. You lose 85% of your defensive... Like, you lose HP and 85% of your armor and MR. Like, why would you set yourself up to just get dove there? They couldn't have killed him ever if he stayed tanky and full HP under tower. Coated is having one of the worst series we've seen in a long while from a top laner. From any player, really.
Yeah. Well, 8 kills to 5, a 2k goal lead for Saigon Buffalo, and they might be extending that. Sparta stepping too far forward, he's backing, he's right on the ward. Saigon Buffalo are here. Sparta will be able to flash out of the engage, but that's now the flash down for the team. Well, top laner.
Should be top tower for Shogun now. Oh no, they're reinforcing the top lane. They really want to defend this. No one is a Dragon. Dragon is spawning and no one looks at it. Dragon is feeling very lonely today. But Wales could try to sneak it away. They're already on one Dragon, and if the enemy team overstays in top lane, you could trade top tower, which is very likely to go down anyway, for a free Dragon number 2 and put pressure on Saigon Buffalo in the mid game. I think this might be the best course of action here for the side of Wales.
But they are continuing to commit for the top side. Sparta's made his way down to the bottom side. Coated does have a teleport available. I think Coated was able to get a tower plate in the process, as now Guri is looking to sneak that Drake away. Artemis jumping on in, forced to use the ult to dissuade anything further. BJ throws out the Glacial Prison, but where's Shogun going? Flashes through the field, almost dies to the ult explosion, but in the end does stay alive.
Oh, I love the interaction between BJ and Shogun. They played together for such a long time. They know each other so well, and it's always a mind game between these two. This time won by Shogun. He buys a lot of time. Coated might die again under tower. In this case, though, look at the bot lane. Sparta, no flash.
Sparta might be dead. He's in a 1v2. It's going to become a 1v3. He's trying to slice his way out of this play, but there is no way out for the Crocodile. Guri picks up his second kill of the game.
Yeah, the CC is quite hard to deal with. There's a lot coming from all these champions. Everyone has some stuns, some knockbacks, some stupid CC. The Renekton is just trying to hit you, but he can't even auto-attack anyone. So finally, they got the Dragon as well on the rotation, while Shogun occupied so many people in the top lane. So Saigon Buffalo emphatically win these last 2 minutes and are now off to a 3k gold lead. And Dragon equalized, so it's looking like a game 5 here, Milky, yet again.
It is at the moment, but I'm still looking at the fact that there is an Azir with a lot of scaling. I want to believe that there is a little timer for the side of Saigon Buffalo if they don't accelerate this goal lead. Leandri's now completed for Glory on the Azir.
I don't know. I think Talia outscales Azir, honestly. But let's see.
Probably, yeah.
What Azir can do. Guri, I don't know. We should just see Guri on this champion all the time. He's such an amazing Talia player. I feel like every single time I see him play Talia, he just looks like a Talia one-trick pony in solo queue, destroying some solo queue opponents, because he really knows all the limits. He knows when to counter-gag. He doesn't over-focus on trying to help his lanes. He actually really puts a lot of time farming his jungle, but he's still there in the crucial moments. So I'm so impressed with this player and his awareness of how to play carry junglers, and especially Talia.
Wells looking to put pressure on the bottom side of the map. The next Drake is in 3 minutes time, so no objectives to be taking until the Rift Herald spawns in just under 1 minute.
Next Dragon, I'm not sure if Wales can contest it looking at the items right now. They do have a 1-item power spike in most champions, but weirdly enough, not a single champion has built MR boots so far. Shogun, no flash.
Oh, that is a beautiful from Glory, but even better, Shogun buffering the rocket jump, and the Void Seeker will not land. Artemis cannot go in with a killer instinct. That was a close one.
Trying to pick the Tristana when you know Shogun is one of the best mechanical players in the league. It reeks of desperation. Maybe it works, maybe you get back into the game, but in the end, it's a very low percentage play. BJ is under a lot of pressure, and Guri just walks in, takes another buff away. He's 3 levels ahead of the enemy jungler. He has a Leandris already, and Lori's dead.
Glory is indeed dead. No ultimate available for the Azir, and Blaze takes full advantage of that. Meanwhile, Guri is 60 CS ahead of B&J. We talked about the jungle gap in Game 3. Here in Game 4, it is all the Guri show.
Remind me of that Azir scaling you saw there?
Azir scaling? Well, he doesn't have an ult, and we're not late game.
That's true, yeah, but I don't think this Azir will ever scale into a threat, no matter what happens, because he is getting eaten alive.
Blaze is being caught here as Artemis throws one more. Oh, picks up the kill, picks up a very nice shutdown as well.
Yeah, Blaze is overstepped. Really nice punish for Wales, actually, knowing that Blaze is gonna greed for another wave, and they get the shutdown on Artemis, which is the first way back into the game. Now, we saw that Kai'Sa really struggles, being the sole carry in the last game. Maybe Artemis can find a way to slowly pick off the targets in the team fights. It's just so much harder to do than on Zarya, where you can really just focus on playing defensively. Playing defensively on Kai'Sa just doesn't really work the same, because you're ranged 525. If you can't use your ult to dive onto backlane targets, what are you even doing with this champion? So let's see what Artemis can do.
Really nice seismic shove. Glacial Prison does not land. Glory can't really help out. The Ignite is ticking down on B&J. One more tick was needed. He's practically on single-digit health points.
You know what saved him there?
Red buff?
No. Throwing his ultimate to Narnia actually saved him, because it activated his mythic item, and he got another heal tick there. He got 34 healing from his Radiant Virtue, and that, yeah, put him over the line. That saved his life there.
Well, that, kids, is why Radiant Virtue is a very nice item.
Really good item. I love the design of this item.
From B&J. As B&J now looking towards the top side, I think Curted is well aware that there is a little piggy heading up towards the top side of the map.
And where are we going now for Saigon Buffalo? They have secured a really strong early game lead. Are they just waiting for the dragons, or are they going to accelerate even more, trying to look at the barons and maybe even at side lanes? We can already see that the Sylas is just being parked in the bot lane, even though they killed him there. I think Sylas is going to continue his stay in the bot lane and try to carve out even more of an advantage over there.
Bounty picked up for Team Wells as they pick up the top lane outer tower, their first tower of the game that they have secured. Guri is very strong, so is Blazes, the pair of them on 2 items right now, the only 2 members of the game who have been able to pick up a second item.
Saigon Buffalo keeping up the pressure, playing a pretty slow game now that they've secured a little bit of an advantage, but they really don't need to dive for kills. That's one of the big sins when we play Taliyah jungle, because she's not the greatest diver ever. You should always try to play with your range, with your poke, with your zoning, and so far, they're doing it well, securing yet another tower, and that's a 6k gold lead now, which with a huge advantage, especially in the jungle and mid lane positions. Team Wales is just biding their time. They need time to scale, they need time to build items, for Azir to become relevant, for Kai'Sa to become even stronger. Full AD Kai'Sa, crit Kai'Sa, so a little bit of an easier way to deal damage, but not quite as high of a poke threat, or big of a poke threat, I should say, as the AP Kai'Sa usually.
I also don't know how I feel about the Banshee's Veil picked up by Guri, because while I think it's very nice to be able to stop, let's say, a random Glacial Prison from hitting him, I feel like there's plenty of poke from Glory and indeed Artemis that can remove that Banshee's Veil.
It's true, but it makes it easier to play into just straight up teamfight situations so the enemy team does not have the time to poke you. It makes it really hard for the Sejuani to pick you, because the Sejuani doesn't have a tool to get this shield away from you, so it just secures a better position against flanks, because Sejuani or even Sparta are the 2 most likely players to flank, maybe even B, and the shield should come in handy against those threats.
Blazes and Guri just doing a lot of damage to the tower. Slays here as well, and Sparta is aware that he can't really contest Saigon Buffalo at the moment, and will just have to relinquish the tower to their pressure.
Yet another cycling tower going down, yet another 600 gold picked up, mostly funneled into Blazes, so he's getting stronger and stronger as well, and it's so hard to deal with the dive of Sylas, especially because there is the best, maybe the best ultimate in the game for Silas available in the enemy team.
Coated has teleport. He might have to use this, but there's so much CC available for Team Wales. In they go, bouncing him around, and Coated is definitely going to be dying, and it's going to be gold going into the pockets of Artemis.
Yeah, somehow he still manages to int when the rest of his team is just having the best game of their life, but Coated is 0-2. Maybe they can punish the map position though, because Saigon Buffalo running at the spawning Baron. It's a bit late to... Oh, maybe it is not... They have a lot of damage. Can they burst down?
Sparta is here. BeanJ's making his way in. He won't get there in time, but Team Wales can look for another kill, and kills mean gold, and gold means a way back into the game. They're looking for Slay. A couple more autos will be enough, and it's another kill for Artemis, his 4th kill of the game. And Team Wales maybe looking for a pick here onto Shogun and Guri. Blazes has a respawn. BeanJ going over the wall, forced to flash away. Really nice headbutt, but Blazes is here onto Glory. Nice Emperor's Divide, but it doesn't matter because BeanJ has fallen nonetheless. Now Sparta forced to retreat, but Coated is here, finds the engage onto Sparta. That's going to be another kill for Saigon Buffalo as Team Wales get too greedy and give 2 kills back over to the Buffaloes.
Yeah, once again, a little bit of a desperation chase. If it works, you get another shutdown on Artemis, and if it doesn't work, well, the game is over anyway. So I kind of like these kind of moves from Wales, but now they're 8k gold down. There's a Baron on the enemy team. So it's looking very bleak. It's looking like another game 5, so I don't know. Every day I'm on the VCS, it seems to go to game number 5 these days. And
Same.
Wouldn't have it any other day, any other way, because this is elimination round. One of these teams has to go. I don't want to see any like either of these teams go. They both are playing, well, good League of Legends would be a little bit of an exaggeration, but interesting, fun League of Legends, let's say. And one of them, yeah, we have to bid one of them goodbye after today, because they are playing for their lives, for their chance to get to Worlds tomorrow against Team Secret, and only one can go.
Only one shall promote. And we were talking before, you know, it's been GAM, Saigon Buffalo for, I'd say, the last few years, but obviously there was the whole thing with Corona where Vietnamese teams couldn't attend international events. We'll see whether it'll be GAM and Saigon Buffalo to represent the VCS once more. But first, Saigon Buffalo need to win this game. Then they need to win the next game. And then they need to win the series against Team Secret tomorrow as well. So still a way to go for Saigon Buffalo as they begin their siege on the mid lane inhibitor tower. Blaze is just pushing in the bottom lane, currently uncontested.
There's really not much to do for Wales anymore. Let's see if they find one last engage. Artemis playing it really aggressively on the side.
Yeah, using the Weaver's Wall to their own advantage. They get a single kill. Now, can they look for more? Glory still has that Emperor's Divide available. Engage onto Coated. Shogun jumping over the wall. No rocket jump available for the Tristana now. And who is the focus on? Glory looking towards...
Don't do it, Glory, don't!
Blazes. But Glory has been popped. Blazes gets the kill. And now Saigon Buffalo looking to turn this fight around. Blazes flashing forward, gets another kill. Team Wales, it was looking so good until it wasn't. A double kill for Blazes. Saigon Buffalo jump forward, triple kill for Blazes, 4 kills for the Buffalo, and that is going to be game, and that's going to be us heading to series point.
And Milky, they did absolutely everything they could. They found a good engage, they isolated Slay, they, as you said, they really used the wall against the enemy team, very crafty use of terrain there, as Guri sacrifices his perfect KDA to the turrets, unfortunately, but what a game from this jungler, what a game to get back in the series. Statement performance from BeanJ against his old team, and now statement performance from the new jungler from SGB, but overall just a way better draft and way better execution on the game. They felt more comfortable, and I don't really understand where this Saigon Buffalo was all the time, but if they win from here, they just arrived at the right moment. Who cares if you win 3-2? What matters is you win. So, in the end, they have one more game to go, and Team Wales, they are getting scared. But, once again, that was a blue side victory. We have 4 out of 4 for the blue side, and Wales has first choice. So, they should feel rather comfortable going back to the blue side for game number 5 and continue the blue side streak for a perfect 5-game blue side victory.
There's a famous quote from a racing driver called Jackie Stewart, which is, it doesn't matter how much you win by, as long as you win. And that is the case for, well, either team depending on who wins that final game. We saw a completely different draft here in Game 4 compared to the first 3 games, and I'm interested to see what we will be seeing heading on into Game 5, the 5th and final game between Saigon Buffalo and Team Wales. We have another 5-game series on our hands. Cue the Silver Scrapes. We're heading into break, and we'll be back shortly. we are heading to game number 5 between Saigon Buffalo and Team Wales. And the winner of this game, the winner of this series, will be facing off against Team Secret for that second and final spot at Worlds. And, of course, heading to the grand finals to play against GAM for the Summer Split Championship. And we've seen quite a different number of games. Well, we've seen 4 your way, but every game has felt the same. Either Saigon Buffalo dominate or Wales dominates. I want to see a close, a scrappy, a vicious game 5.
Maybe game 1 was the closest we got to that, but then unfortunately, Wales found, or maybe fortunately for them, I guess, an amazing engage and just shut down all our hopes of late game skirmishes and insane Baron dances and Elder Dragons. So maybe they still owe us that in this deciding game, because this is for everything. This is for staying alive in the year, for the year to not end, for a chance to get it to Worlds, as definitely Wales' plan was. Saigon Buffalo, after losing a lot of their star players, probably didn't look at this split with the expectation, or maybe the expectation was there, but maybe not the confidence to get to Worlds, while Wales was not only built to get to Worlds, they were built to win the VCS. So it's maybe a little bit more pressure on Wales, especially considering that the players like Artemis, after such a long career and never really breaking through and never playing internationally, they want to go there. They want to get back there. B, after going away from GAM, he chose to go to Wales, and now he's close to getting knocked out of Worlds contention, is the word I'm looking for. So there's a lot on the line for Team Wales, and Saigon Buffalo is essentially just here to extend their season. So I think there's more pressure on Wales. They're back on blue side, most likely. Let's see what they can do.
I just got a massive flashback to Worlds of this team was not built to win, it was built to conquer. Or was it Worlds or Europe with G2? Something like that. Either way, we are heading on into picks and bans for game number 5. Wales are back on blue side. Blue side has won every single game this series. Talia, Tristana, both banned. And for the side of Saigon Buffalo, banning that Vi for the first time over on red side.
There it is. The Vi is eliminated, but Artemis gets Zarya again. So that's a huge power point already. The Tristana is gone. So we're back to Jace. Jace, 0% win rate so far in this series. They do go back to the Jace yet again. And Nocturne for BeamJ, not for Guri. This is already going completely off the roads for this draft, and they substituted the Vi with a Nocturne. So still yet another dive composition. Nocturne and Ahri together against that Jace.
Loving the Nocturne pickup. It's actually been Guri that has played a lot of Nocturne, but this time Wales not banning that Nocturne away. They want to make sure that Guri can't get his hands on his favorite jungler, and the Ahri picked up for Team Wales again. So again, they get that Ahri for glory, and this Ahri Nocturne is going to be very scary in those kind of 2v2 skirmishes early on.
Yeah, maybe not super early on, because Nocturne not really known to be that great of a champion in the early game. Sometimes
level
can
6.
chase them. Yeah, level 6 essentially. This Jace especially has to fear for his life. So once again, I want to see them try to blow his flash so they can actually stick on him and really get the execution going, get the snowball rolling. They haven't really done anything like that so far in the Vi Ahri games, and they still won both of the Vi Ahri games, so maybe my expectation is just wrong. But I still feel like there's a huge potential for just punishing Blazes over and over again and killing the Jace and putting him so far behind yet again in this game.
And I'm loving the Aphelios finally being picked up in this series by Shogun. Now, there hasn't been too much attention towards the top lane pick, so that Cassante available for Sparta, but he's actually going to pick up the Aatrox instead. That I like.
Okay, a little bit of a change. No tank this time for Sparta. Bit risky, because his performances in lane haven't been that amazing, and giving Kote a free solo kill is still not great, even though he's very likely to just int it back later in the game. And finally, we see a ranged support for Slay. He played quite a bit of Lulu, and this Aphelios Lulu combo is something they've played many times, tried and tested for Shogun to carry them to through game number 5, I should say, and to the next stage. There's a lot of pressure on Shogun, but he's your star player, so it makes a lot of sense. Unfortunately, Guri now goes back to the tank. I would have loved to see another Talia performance from Guri because he was amazing in game number 4. So, very different draft yet again, and so far, blue side has the perfect win rate of 4-0. Can Saigon Buffalo break this for game number 5?
It's a perfect 4-0 win rate for blue side. It's the perfect 0-4. 4 losses for Jace in this series. The odds seem to be stacked in Team Wales' favour, but if there's one thing that we know about the VCS, it's to hell with odds. Carnage will ensue, and whatever you expect tends to not happen. So maybe that means the odds are actually stacked in Saigon Buffalo's favour.
You never know. Usually we say worst draft wins, and they drafted Coated another Renekton, so that's a very strong contender. But who knows? Maybe he has the best game of his life, finally. Maybe he finally finds that monitor button to put it on and not run down all the time. But in lane, at least, Coated has been quite a good player, but his mid-game plays a little bit questionable. Team Wales is the favorite for this game, even though they lost the last game. They are back on blue side. They're back on Ari for Glory. And it could be a glorious day for Glory, because his Ari so far has been the difference maker.
It really has, and we've talked about different players stepping up. You know, BJ in game 3 having a phenomenal performance, then Guri stepping up in game 4. Maybe this is the chance for Coated to laugh at you, Yulwei. Maybe this is his chance to pop off, have a 1v9, a pun v9 kind of performance, and say, hey, I'm actually really good in the top lane. Copium? Okay.
Let's see.
Let's see indeed. Team Welsh is just stacking 3 members in a bush, hoping that maybe Saigon Buffalo step forward to try to get a war, but Blazes is going to check this one with the Shock Blast. I'm pretty sure about that.
The setup for Guri. Oh,
he knew exactly where they were. Beautiful engaged. BJ flashing over the wall. Flashed on all 4 members. It's first blood for Shogun. I don't know if I want to say worth or not. Slay even used the heal.
Yeah, 4 flashes was maybe a bit much. I think Guri and Blazes can definitely just stay on the other side, and they can flash over if they are needed, but just to secure the kill, I think 2 flashes are enough. Now bot lane without any flashes. Blazes without a flash in the mid lane. I wanted to see this from the start of the series, and now it's actually Blazes who blows the flash aggressively. So BJ with a little bit of a target on this mid lane. Blazes is vulnerable to a gank from Glory and BJ, and hopefully they can finally execute on this combo.
Very nice play for Saigon Buffalo. We'll see whether burning all of those flashes early on turns out to be a bit of a nightmare for them. Those flashes will be back up by around 6 minutes. So if Team Wales haven't done anything by that 6-minute mark, then you know that it was a very good play from them at the start. If it goes badly, then maybe we can fault that level 1 invade.
Yeah, fortunately, bot lane shouldn't be too much of an issue unless Rakan gets to level 2 early, because then he can really put... Oh, yep.
Yep, there you go.
Why do I talk?
You didn't even need level 2.
Why do I talk?
It's just level 1.
Yeah, I forgot it's Slay. It's a bit
With
E.
no heal as well. We're running out of exhibits here, Yulwei.
I mean, my case is getting stronger and stronger by the game, so...
I think after this series, you should compile all of the exhibits for us, because I can't even remember what exhibit B was.
I think you can assume it was a dirty int, because that's kind of the theme here. How did Slay...
Let's see what happens.
Oh, he just stays in range. Gauge.
Yeah.
Say. Rakan pressing W.
And this, kids, is why you shouldn't burn all of your flashes for a level 1 invade, because sometimes that can happen and ruin what you had worked so hard to achieve.
And if you do, maybe play the laning phase a little bit more defensively.
Yes.
Don't stay in an unwarded bush when you don't know where the Rakan is. You can actually walk away from the engage instead of just dying.
Okay, Guri. Nice steal.
Okay, Guri just here to reinforce, make sure that Saigon Buffalo has a little bit more time without the flashes, where they can just push in the waves and reset after this one. It's very scary right now for the bot lane. After Slay already died, now he's behind an XP, so he's a very easy target, very soft, very squishy. They really need the assistance from Guri to get through them.
And remember, when you're playing Nocturne, in this case BJ for Team Wales, so important to get to that level 6 power farm. Do not worry about ganking, just get to level 6. and then start pressing your ult. And I think it was you yourself your way last week talking about Nocturne. You know how a Nocturne game goes depending on how well that first ultimate pans out.
Yeah, interestingly enough, I've actually seen a few Nocturne games where the first gank happens way before the ultimate, and sometimes even is successful, where he just runs down, maybe uses some of the CC setup from the lane and just auto-attacks with lethal tempo. But so far, not really the case. Maybe it could happen here, because BJ, coming from a good angle, and Coated in trouble.
I don't think Kota can get out of this. He's already used his flash. That's going to be a kill for Sparta. Takes it away from the jungler. And BJ's just going to help, in quotation marks, get this wave shoved under tower.
Foreshadowing going right there for Team Wales. And what a great start. They got completely destroyed in the last game. And they're back in game 5, back on blue side. They're feeling comfortable. They have yet another RE game. And it starts off with them getting invaded. Everything looks like Saigon Buffalo has the momentum. But Wales just don't even blink and instantly go back to really good early game performance. Wales back in action and back in control.
The flash is going to be up as well for Shogun and Slay soon, and for Blazes, as all of them flashed at the same time over that red buff wall, and BJ is not yet level 6. So Saigon Buffalo have not lost too much from burning all of their flashes on that early invaders. Kota maybe going a little bit too aggressive onto Sparta here, loses a lot of his health, but does have that Conqueror stacking.
I do not want to look at Coated, please.
Oh, BJ spotted on the wall, but it doesn't matter. There's no flash on the Crocodile, and the scary Nightmare Bringer is here. He's used the Dominus, but he is tethered, and he will get murdered.
Very nice word there. Get that one, but I'm in pain. I do not want to look at this top lane ever again.
So, about what I was saying about Coated having a 1v9, a pun v9 performance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Not for his team, that's for sure.
You can see Coated as well on the camera. He is not looking best pleased with what just happened in the top lane, and maybe we'll get another one Coated 6 performance.
I just feel so sorry for Shogun. I know I'm biased towards him, but come on. Come on, look at what Slade did this game already and what Coated did already. How do you play? How?
Top lane is an island that doesn't exist. Yeah.
Well, BJ is still not level 6. He took a detour towards top lane, very successful twice, but put him a little bit behind in terms of XP. He's still on the same level as Rel, but you expect a Nocturne to be ahead. So level 6 is coming now. Yeah, he just ticked over. Now remember, first Nocturne ult range is pitiful. It's way less than you expect, because you always remember the level 16 ultimate from Nocturne. You never remember the level 6 ultimate, which is essentially 2,000 units at max. So he needs to be pretty close, but there's a pink ward and the bot side brush. So maybe he can try to attempt a gank from there, get Slay again, or at least get a summoner spell from Slay and Shogun.
I think that level 1 Nocturnal is kind of similar to maybe Vex ult range? Or Luxar?
I think so, yeah. Less than Luxar, I think. But...
Less, yeah. But somewhere in that kind of ballpark.
It's surprisingly... when you play Nocturne for the first time, it's really easy early game, right? You just sit in the jungle, you chill, you disable chat because your laners are whining that you're not ganking. Then you hit level 6 and you're super excited to finally use this amazing ultimate. And suddenly you realize, wait, I can't gank from here? Wait, I'm so close. I still can't get there? And yeah, then that's the time when you realize, oh, maybe Nocturne needs a little bit more practice than just hitting auto attacks on jungle monsters.
I was playing a little bit of jungle yesterday, had a Nocturne game, had a Lilia game. I had about 12 CS a minute on Lilia jungle. It was very fun, and I think 20 kills maybe, which... I'm sure BJ would absolutely be delighted. I popped off on Lilia.
Well, let's look at this one here again, because I'm a little bit dubious about your stories. But more importantly, this is game 5 of an elimination game, and there's a Herald going on the top side, uncontested. Saigon Buffalo really on the back foot. They are finally kind of wrestling back control in the bot lane, so potentially Dragon Snowball on bot side control could be an avenue to victory. And they're always really good at getting tower plates for Shogun, so you can already see second tower plate getting Okay, we don't talk about that ultimate, but that's 2 tower plates to Shogun, so a little bit accelerated in this game. Not quite, but next wave.
A good showing for Team Wales so far, nearly 1k gold ahead, and once that Rift Trail gets struck down, it's going to be higher. Guri setting up for a potential counter gank. BJ is on the bottom side of the map, and we talked about this in Game 4. The counter gank, stronger than the gank itself.
The Nocturne hasn't really done anything. Once again, the mid lane is just getting away with this Jace against Ahri matchup. It's so surprising, because you look at the results and even the stat lines from the Jace against Ahri games, and Ahri always is 4 kills, 5 games to the good, kills to the good, maybe even more than that, and the Jace is 0-4, 0-5, and so you assume, okay, it was just Jace got camped and Ahri got super far ahead. But that's actually not what happened in any of these games. It's just the Ahri team just started to roam and Jace got ignored in the mid lane, so it's still surprising to me, even though I've seen it twice today already, but I still feel like Nocturne and Ahri together can put a lot of pressure on Blazes. I guess they just really don't want to attack the mid lane, and now with teleport available to do both mid laners, maybe action is inbound for the side lane.
Well, that goal lead still at 1k. We've got another Drake in just over a minute's time. I was just trying to do some quick fact checking over the last time Saigon Buffalo failed to qualify for Worlds, when the VCS could actually make it. It was actually back in 2019 when Loki Esports qualified in 2nd place in the VCS.
Now, what Loki Esports is today?
Wales?
Oh, Team Secret.
Ah!
Yeah.
Very nice.
They have a really good chance tomorrow, because they looked good last week. They should have won that series against GAM. GAM got away with murder, once again, as they always do. But Secret has another chance to qualify for Worlds and then get a rematch against GAM tomorrow, against the winner of today's series. And honestly, after looking at these 5 games, I wouldn't be too worried against as Secret, especially because they once again play on Sunday, and Sunday Secret is a really different beast.
Yeah, but they did lose, so the Sunday Secret streak has ended. Sunday Secret streak. I like that.
Nothing's happening in this game, unfortunately.
Nothing is at the moment. Isn't this what we wanted to see to some degree? We're like, let's have a nice slow game.
Yeah, and a nice slow game for Saigon Buffalo means Coated is only 0-2 in laning phase. Nice and slow.
Oh, for God's sake. You're doing Coated so dirty this series. He had a decent game.
Did he?
He's been a bit unlucky. Yeah, his game 2 was quite good from Coated.
I understand why you play like that.
He destroyed Sparta's Rumble. Wow.
Unlucky. Oh, okay. It makes a lot of sense.
Unlucky. All right, calm yourself. Right, Artemis and me just stepping into the jungle, getting some vision down. But sadly, that vision is destroyed straight away. We've got a Drake up on the Rift, something that BJ will want to deny away from Saigon Buffalo, but the Buffalo want to contest this one.
Yeah, and so far I'm not really feeling the Nocturne from BJ. He's just playing the Nocturne as if it was a Rel, just walking in the normal lines, just not doing anything with any positioning, any trickery with his ultimate. He's just walking and stuff, so I don't know. Doesn't really seem like... Oh, never mind.
Oh, really nice charm, and the follow-up is a beautiful onto Blazes. He goes golden, the flash has already been used, comes out of stasis, and BJ will get his 2nd kill of the game, and now they're looking for more. Really nice engager from Guri, but a great charm from B. Flashes onto Shogun, goes golden. Maybe Saigon Buffalo can turn this one around, and they will be able to pull a kill back. Guri's still alive, but no flash available on the Saigon Buffalo jungler.
1 for 1, and Saigon Buffalo seems to be able to get the dragon, or at least run at the dragon. It's a bit risky still. BJ has flash, but no ultimate available, and Shogun is still looking very scary. Still has the Slay
ultimate.
No ultimate from Slay, though. This is dicey. Both teams could win this situation, but it seems like Team Wales doesn't really want to have a go. So yet another dragon over to Saigon Buffalo. Somehow they win this series of plays. I'm not entirely sure how they managed to win this one, with Blazes just face-checking into all 5 members of Wales, but they walk away with a kill and the dragon. So Saigon Buffalo with a little bit of an advantage here.
I think it was just so much used to get that kill onto Blazes when Guri found a really nice Magnet Storm on the Rel over the wall. Team Wales didn't really have anything to answer that engage with.
a little bit of indecisiveness, I believe, from the Wales, because the Magnet Storm actually that great if you look at the replay. Let's wait for the replay to discuss that, because it actually only hit like one person, and then usually the rel engage you expect a few more people to be knocked up, but for now everyone walks away kind of alright with that situation. 2 dragons for Saigon Buffalo, so they are going to play for the Dragon Snowball. It's yet another Hextech Dragon, or Hextech Soul I should say, so that's really nice for their chances in the late game. Goes well with all of their champions, especially Aphelios and Jace. But even something like Coated really likes to have the extra attack speed. So Saigon Buffalo has a clear path to victory, and Wales is still ahead in gold. So both teams are still feeling like they can definitely win this game number.
Yeah, still hovering around that 1,000 gold advantage for the side of Team Wales. BJ is strong. Stride Breaker has been completed for the Nocturne, but not as far ahead as he would like, considering he got those 2 early kills. And Team Wales again looking towards the Rift Herald, and will be a relatively uncontested Rift Herald for the side of the Wales.
Yeah, I think it's a good decision for Saigon Buffalo not to invest too much into this contest of second Rift Herald. It's just a little bit of gold. It doesn't actually do that much in the grand scheme of things, especially because it's not really gonna open up the map for the next dragon anyway, unless you hard commit to the mid lane. But it seems like Wales just want to dive top and use the Herald immediately. This is scary, because Slay is here to defend. And it seems like Team Wales reading the signs correctly, and they're gonna back off. Maybe try mid lane again. There are a lot of opportunities with this Nocturne Ahri combination, but they need to land, because the Ahri is not as far ahead as she was in the other games where the Ahri won, where at this point she was like 3-4-0 already. So, oh no.
Here we go. It's all focus on to Shogun. Not much he can do in a 1v3. And the lights are turned out for the Saigon Buffalo ADC.
Shogun watches too much Gumayushi. Dying in mid lane on a wave is just... It's an illness that unfortunately has befallen Shogun as well so many times in this series.
He
already.
can't do anything about that, come on.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. So he should never step out of line there.
I blame Slay. Why is the support not with the ADC? You know?
I mean, the blame goes both ways, because when the ADC notices that the support is not there, then the ADC should not show its face, or his face in this case. When he knows that on the other side there's insane engage range, Nocturne and Ahri and Rakan. So after the fact, you can blame Slay for not being there, but the death still goes to show that it's still Shogun's fault. So a little bit of laziness, and we've seen this issue a lot in the Saigon Buffalo games in the mid game. They just die on mid waves way too much.
I'm a believer in that's sometimes what makes Shogun click. So you have to love it when it works, and accept it when it doesn't. I think it's the Shogun philosophy of gameplay.
I mean, I think this is just bad fundamentals, but maybe we just need to believe.
Well, Saigon Buffalo need to believe in coming back from a 2.5k gold disadvantage. We do have another Drake spawning in 1 minute's time. Saigon Buffalo could get that. They will be on to Soul Point. Hextech Soul as well. But Team Wales is going to crack open the mid lane, pick up the mid lane outer tower, which will give them a lot more vision control for this Drake. And don't forget, Shogun used his flash in that fight. No flash available now for the Drake. BJ, though, has the paranoia back up and available.
Yeah, SGB really can't fight for this dragon. It's impossible with their current state of things, and I think they're really realizing that, shifting attention towards top side, which is nice. This is something they've also shown in this series already. Good side lane or wave control on the side lanes. So I think Saigon Buffalo will accept the loss a little bit more easily than Team Wales would in this situation. They are more prone to fighting. And Team Wales is gonna try to get some dragons back under their belt, as Saigon Buffalo is probably just gonna turtle and try, and just get Shogun to a better point.
Well, Saigon Buffalo, they have to concede the Rift Herald charging at their second tower. Now, outer towers down in both the mid and the bottom lane, and Team Wales can look to start setting up this Drake, although BJ is just going to have a quick reset, has the Stride Breaker at the moment, probably building towards that Death's Dance or Black Cleaver second item.
as we have a little bit of a lull, Milky, you play a lot more League right now in terms of like Summoner's Rift. Do you remember the change for Aatrox? Because there was a change for Aatrox which should disincentivize his lethality build, but I believe it came after this patch?
Yulwei, you think I read patch notes, and you couldn't be more wrong.
This is a caster, ladies and gentlemen.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I'm the play-by-play caster. As the color caster, that is your job. I would like to highlight that. I do the shouting, and I do the checking ability names. Ask me what Neferi's Q is.
No.
Okay. Well, you should have, because I've got no idea what it is. So, yeah,
Nice.
You're lost, Yulwei. You're lost.
Okay, fair enough. I played myself there. But I believe Aatrox's lethality build, to finish the point, is still very good on this patch, on 13-15. I believe it got nerfed on 17, maybe 16. So it should... I was just curious looking at this build, because they purposefully nerfed this build for the World's patch. But I believe on this patch it's still there.
Oh.
So he's quite strong here. Aatrox... The way Aatrox is played nowadays, compared to before, where he was just the drain tank, just trying to be tanky but also deal damage, now he's almost an assassin kind of champion, where he has insane potential for damage, but he can also just go down in one rotation. So a very Feast of Famine champion, almost like a hyper version of Renekton. And with this build, especially, once he gets a reset, once he gets a kill on his Duskblade activation, it's so scary to deal with this monster of a champion.
Well, you say he wasn't much of an assassin, but I'm pretty sure he assassinated G2 out of Worlds at some point. 2019, or was it 2020? I can't remember. One of the two.
18.
Oh, 2018. Oh my god, my memory's atrocious. Was it that long ago? Either way, Team Wales continuing to gain some pressure. They were able to pick up their first streak of the game. And Saigon Buffalo have to be continuously aware of that paranoia for BJ. They have to make sure they don't let anyone step out too far from the safety of their tower, or even if they're under tower, make sure there's someone there to help them.
Slowly, items are gonna stacking up on the side of Saigon Buffalo too. They're still behind in almost every position. ADCs even. So that's the most important part, that's their main carry. But also Blaze is quietly having a much better game on the Jace. Hasn't really had much impact so far, you haven't seen big shock blasts or anything, and there's his flash gone. But he's at least getting some items and is going to be quite a big threat in the later team fights. A lot of squishy members, in fact all 5 Wales members are quite squishy against the combined power of Aphelios and Jace. Late game, Saigon Buffalo should be able to just pick a target, eliminate the target, go to the next target. So I feel like Wales is maybe playing this a little too slowly. Of course, it's game 5. It's for their lives in the year, not only the tournament. This could be the last game of their year, as Blazes overextends without flash.
Oh, really nice quickness from B. Blazes charmed up. He's got no flash. Team Wales know that. And Blazes has no life. The 5th kill of the game for the side of the Wales.
Nicely done. Once again, Wales punished the side lane overextension. Blazes a little bit lazy. He just blew his flash and then still showed on the minion wave. Once again, that's another free kill for the side of Wales. A little bit more gold, especially for Sparta, who likes to have more items, a little bit more AD to tip him over the line, over the edge. But it's not gonna give them a Baron or a Dragon Soul or anything, so in the end, Saigon Buffalo lives to fight another day. Next big team fight, I believe... I don't think Saigon Buffalo is gonna go for the next Dragon, so maybe it's gonna be around the Baron. If you look at the vision setup, Team Wales, they are starting to advance into that side of the map too. They're trying to put out their pink wards to scout the area and to prepare for a Baron rush.
I've also done a few more stats checking. Saigon Buffalo have been top 2 in one of the splits in the VCS since 2020. And if you actually go back before 2020, I think you have to go... Oh, we've got a possible engage coming through. Teleport flight.
Everyone is
Sparta.
here!
This is the fight that Team Wales want. They're looking for Coated. Golden is Shogun, but he has fallen into the backline. Goes DJ. They get one. Artemis kiting back beautifully. And in goes Sparta again, looking for the kills. And will find them. Team Wales get 5-4-1.
What an engage there from all the different sides, all the different angles. This is the Team Wales we saw in game number 1, just obliterating Saigon Buffalo in every 5v5 team fight, and also just choosing their engagers so wisely, always finding the correct member. Shogun had no chance there, he's not on Zaya, he doesn't have a self-peel, Slay wasn't able to protect him in this case. It almost looked like they were able to turn it around there, with Blazes dealing insane amounts of damage, but Sparta too big of a threat, too big of a zoning presence at the top. Look at this. 4 different angles, and Sparta and Binja arriving at the same time just wreaks havoc. The backline is in disarray, Slay has to move away, and Shogun can't stay alive for long enough. Sparta just deals too much damage.
Just really cleanly done by Team Wales. A fantastic snapping age. Blazes was not there. It was practically a 5v4 for a large portion of the fight, and Team Wales will be feeling like they have one hand on winning this series. And they are not far away from securing themselves a spot with Team Secret tomorrow for that final Worlds qualification.
I actually want to give you a shout out because you talked about the top lane matchup. I didn't believe that the top lane matchup was gonna be a huge factor here. But Sparta, with his best game by far today, he was a bit lackluster. Of course, Dota was a much bigger problem for his team, but Sparta kind of just sitting there, not really doing anything. I think back to his on game where he literally did nothing, didn't even get a single on item, and his team still won. But this game, he's 5-0-3, and no one can deal with this insanely strong level 16 Aatrox.
A really, really solid performance from Sparta. We were wondering what champions he had in his pool if the likes of Sandy were banned away, and once again Team Wales find the engage. It's beautiful from B. Coated has already fallen. Paranoia used as well. 2 kills for Team Wales, and they are still 5 members strong. They're looking to end the game. The charm lands onto Shogun. The damage comes through, and Saigon Buffalo are gone. They are destroyed. Team Wales will annihilate them in their own base as they charge on forward to the Nexus Towers. Saigon Buffalo are finished. They haven't made finals in spring. They won't be making it here in summer. And Team Wales will be fighting with Secret for the final spot at Worlds tomorrow.
It's only the beginning for Wales. They were supposed to break the gum streak. They were supposed to be the chosen ones, the ones that finally conquered the title. Artemis's new team, and they disappointed so far in players, but they're still alive. They keep fighting. They have another best of 5 of them ahead tomorrow, so not even 24 hours for another elimination series. They have to play against Secret for the world spot, for the final spot, but they're now on a 2-series win streak. 5 games on blue side, 5 wins on blue side, I should say. Both teams just trading back and forth. So many adaptations in draft from both sides, and in the end, quite dominant in all the winning games. No team really had any look at a comeback, just too much pressure from the early game. Both teams able to execute from there, just get their laning advantages and drive them to victory. So in the end, blue side OP, and Team Wales lives another day.
Blue side OP. We'll be keeping our eyes then for who gets a blue side in game 1 between Secret and Wales. But again, a close series. It had to go to 5 games, and maybe side selection came into that. But in the end, Team Wales make it work. And unlike how when Team Wales faced Team Secret last time, they're not going into this series on a loss streak. They're coming in having won a few games, a little bit more momentum behind them, and they're coming in for vengeance.
They do, but they are coming from the lower bracket or the lower position, so I'm not 100% sure on this, because Wales is actually the higher seed, but from what I understand, Secret should have side selection, but I'm not 100% sure, because Wales, as I said, is technically the higher seed, the number 2 seed against Secret, who came in as 5th, I believe. So, not sure how that works out. If Wales gets side selection, they could just go for 3 more blue side wins. Who cares if you can't win on red side? You just have to win 3 games on blue side, and that's all you need to do to get to Worlds. So, Wales, maybe the good performance in the regular season is gonna come to their rescue, because today they had 3 blue side games, 2 red side games. They won the 3 blue side games, and that's all due to having the higher seed.
There you go. Wales at Worlds, they get blue side. They'll just beat everyone. It's easy victories. But I think Secret will be watching this series, or would have watched this series with keen eyes. They'll know that there's a lot that needs to be banned. That RE for the RE for Glory. Again, we didn't see any of the LeBlanc. We didn't see any of the Nico. what do you ban away? Again, we also saw for Artemis, really nice Saya gameplay from him, and his Kai'Sa was perfectly fine as well.
Yeah, I don't think it was his best performance ever. As Zeri was really questionable. He got some of the laning phases were quite bad from the side of Artemis, but his team fighting and playing with that CC machines in front of him was still a decent performance. I think we definitely have to shout out the mid jungle. We had so many questions about this mid jungle. If you think back to the start of the day, I brought up this whole conundrum of the mid jungle not working together, while the top and bot side were actually the stable parts. But today, BeanJ and Glory, they not only worked together super well, they were the main carries. The Vi games, the Ari games, even the Nocturne here in the last game looked quite strong for BeanJ. So I feel like mid jungle is finally coming alive for Wales, and if that's the case even tomorrow and potentially next week, the super team has arrived in the end. It took them a long time and a lot of detours, but if BeanJ and Lori can work together, finally this team looks formidable.
I mean, I agree, but I also would like to add that at the start of regular split, we would have said the super team has arrived when they went 8-0 in their first 8 series, and then we thought the super team went on a little hiatus. Maybe they're back. They've got to play against Team Secret that we regularly view Team Secret as a team that is more than the sum of their parts, and I think they've lived up to that over this season as well. A final point from you, Yulway, before we do close off. And this is a difficult one because I can't think of an answer for it, so I'm leaving it to you as a result. Series MVP.
I think it has to be Glory, honestly.
Glory? Okay.
Even though in some of the games where he lost, he wasn't amazing, but in the end, the games that you lose don't matter for the score, right? You have to win 3 games, and in all the 3 wins, he was amazing. So I think he has to be the series MVP for me. BeanJ a close second, but Glory, I think in all the Ari games, okay, it was only one champion he won on. That's a little bit of a... But in the end, the enemy team didn't prevent him from playing the Ari, so you can't really fault him for that, right? And
because that ban is
amazing Ari games.
His Nico, right? So
apparently,
there we go. Right, there you have it. Glory is our